Well. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, young and old, one and all. Welcome in to the final episode, at least in this iteration, the playoff edition of Skap Live After Dark. This is the lounge. The waters are warm. We're here. It's going to be probably a spirited final edition here, final playoff edition of the Skap Live After Dark Lounge. It is Game 7 that we will be unpacking of the NBA Finals. And, by the way, there was a big trade in the NBA today as well. In case you missed it, Kevin Durant officially dealt this afternoon on the same day as Game 7 of the Finals. I'm sure Commissioner Nosferatu, a.k.a. the human gargoyle, Adam Silver, really appreciated that one coming out of Phoenix, trying to upstage Game 7 of the Finals. We can, of course, get in to that Kevin Durant blockbuster deal. We'll get into the specifics of it at some point, but we will certainly be beginning with a new NBA champion being crowned. The seventh consecutive different champion that we've had now. It seems like no team goes back-to-back. Of course, the expectation is at this point that the Oklahoma City Thunder will do just that. They are the early betting favorites to defend this championship. They are the odds-on money favorite in Vegas to win the championship next season and defend this title that they just freshly won tonight. That is just freshly final. The trophy has not even been presented yet. The MVP not named, though we all know who that will be, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. The Oklahoma City Thunder, while these classless, despicable rats that they are, the Oklahoma City Thunder, that just play half of the series essentially throughout at least two of the series that they played in this playoff run, just showing up half of the time or not even that much in several of these series. But as we see, finally, the Thunder are victorious. They will, something I called to happen in August. The Oklahoma City Thunder are NBA champions. They beat the Pacers, a very game Pacers team, 103-91. They were up at one point by 21 points in the fourth quarter, and they coasted this 12-point win. Of course, the big news, probably people will be talking about it. I'm sure people on this chat will be. The devastating Tyrese Haliburton injury that happened like 4 minutes into the first quarter. It was easy to see what happened. And look, we talked about it in the lounge last time. I commended Tyrese Haliburton and praised him for really putting his career in jeopardy and playing through this calf strain, because we've seen it multiple times before in the past. Guy with calf strain plays through calf strain, ruptures Achilles. So that is what this 25, 26-year-old kid with his whole career still ahead of him was really putting. He was putting all of the chips to the center of the table. He was putting his money where his proverbial mouth is. Everyone or anyone that criticized him for wanting to play or Rick Carlisle for playing him, I think is ridiculous and outlandish. He legitimately, it sounds ridiculous in today's day and age of medical advancements and technologies and things that people can get back from. The Achilles is still a very iffy injury. First of all, it is a full 12-month injury at least. Usually it's, though, a 2 full-year injury to get all the way back, if you can get back at all. I would present that no one has ever come all the way back from an Achilles rupture, ever, and it doesn't really matter how old or young you are. So that really, this was a career-altering injury that this kid was facing the prospect of every time he stepped out on the court with the calf strain that he was trying to play through. And unfortunately, at the 4 minutes and 55 seconds into the first quarter, he just took that wrong step that we've seen so many different guys take now in the NBA. Kobe Bryant most prominently, but Dame Lillard most recently, Jason Tatum, and now, unfortunately, Tyrese Haliburton ruptures the Achilles. very early on in the first quarter, and he was absolutely cooking when he heard it. The Pacers were down 2 at the time. He, though, had 9 points on 3 of 4 shooting from the behind the 3-point line at the time that he sustained the injury. It was a excruciating display on the court. He was crying, obviously, on the floor. The Pacers teammates surround him. They're praying around him. He then was essentially carried off the court with a towel over his head, sobbing. I thought at that point, 30-point cakewalk for the Thunder at that point on. But credit to the Pacers, resilient bunch that they are. It looked like the Thunder, the classless rats that they are, were the ones that took the sigh. They took a deep sigh of relief when Haliburton was carried off the floor and said, "Oh, hey, we got this. Oh, we actually thought we were going to have to break a sweat in tonight's game even maybe. No, we don't even have to do that because their best player just went out." Those rats in Oklahoma City looked like they were the ones that were more affected by the Haliburton injury. The Pacers actually took a lead into halftime. They were up 1 or 2. I think it was a 1-point lead at halftime. I think it was 48-47 at the break without Haliburton. And just think about the emotional hurdle that the Pacers had to overcome in the moment right then and there, seeing their star carried off the court like that with a season-ending and career-jeopardizing injury. They immediately overcome it, and they, finished the first half admirably, outplaying the Oklahoma City Thunder for the first half. But the Rats, the classless rat Oklahoma City Thunder team that only plays seemingly when they have to play, came out at a halftime. And look, you guys can make whatever excuses you want about Haliburton's injury. Did you watch this game, yes or no? If you watched the game and you saw the post after halftime to the end of the game, the Pacers simply couldn't do anything. It looked like they were literally just throwing things towards the backboard and hoping, trying to draw fouls. They got most of their shots in the second half, or I should say in the third, like the midpoint of the third quarter to the end of the game, were essentially free throws. They couldn't get anything going. They had over 20 turnovers again tonight. Let me just get the final number. It was 21 turnovers. Who knows what part the Haliburton injury might have played in that. Obviously, Oklahoma City was playing their brand of aggressive basketball. Some of those looked like they could potentially have been fouls as well. Say what you will about that, but the Pacers could do nothing. They could get no offense generated at all, seemingly in the second half. They end the game shooting 41%. I'd be interested to see the second half split. The Thunder really ratcheted up the defense. And look, I don't want to come on here and hate the Thunder. I call them rats because, quite frankly, they should have swept almost every team they played. They should have lost a maximum of 1 game in every series that they played in, but they just simply did not put forth the effort that was required to do that in at least the Denver series and the Indiana series. They got drawn to a 7th game in 2 of their 4 series, a historical regular season team. They're absolute rats. So you guys think I'm a Thunder fan or whatever. I'm actually disgusted watching. I'm watching the trophy ceremony right now live. The confetti going, the crowd going nuts, the team celebrating. They don't deserve it. They are the best team by a substantial margin in the NBA. And they lost 7 games in the playoffs this year. Just a disgusting performance by and large in several of these games. And if you doubt it, just go back, find the second half footage of this game, and watch what the Pacers couldn't do. I should say Pacers could do. Watch what they couldn't do, which is generate any semblance of offense whatsoever, because this is how good the Oklahoma City Thunder defense really is. And that's the story of the Oklahoma City Thunder. It ain't the guy who stole the league MVP from Nikola Jokic this year and the guy who is minutes away from hoisting a finals MVP over his head, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He was pretty good tonight. I mean, the stat line certainly looks good for old SGA. He had 29 points, 12 assists, and 5 rebounds, and only 1 turnover. That's 29, 12, and 5, and only 1 turnover. He shot 27 times from the field and 12 free throws. So he shot 39 times to get the 29 points. That's all right. He's all right. like tonight. And he's been all right this series. He is a great player. He's a top 3 to 4 league-wide player, but he's not the guy. He's not the reason that this team is what they are. He's not the reason that they're NBA champions. He's not the reason that they're the favorites to again defend that championship next year. He's not the reason. The reason is this all-time historic defense of Oklahoma City Thunder that they flashed throughout much of the year and just for whatever reasons didn't really deploy that level throughout large chunks of the playoffs. But when they had to, Game 2 against Denver, Game 7 against Denver, the second half of Game 5 against Denver, and the third and fourth quarter tonight against Indiana, when they've had to, they have shown that they can completely disorient and just completely undress any offense, any collection of players. The Pacers didn't look like a viable NBA offense for basically the entire third and fourth quarters. They were turning the ball over in excess, and they just could not generate anything. Like maybe Haliburton makes some kind of a difference in this game, but again, he came into the series himself averaging only 14 points per game and 6.8 assists on 45% shooting. So I don't know necessarily that he would have been a massive differential in the second half when the Thunder actually decided to dial it in and ratchet up the defensive pressure. And that is what the Thunder, this team, is all about. 6 or 7 of the best defenders in the entire league. It ain't about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Of course, he will get the lion's share of the credit now as he wins the Finals MVP and the NBA MVP. It hasn't been done in several years. I'd have to go back and check. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head if anyone's done it recently. Jokic obviously won it. He won three MVPs out of 4 years, and the one that he didn't win was the year they won the championship. Last year, the Celtics won it, so they didn't have an MVP there. The year before was Denver. I should have checked this out. It is a rare occurrence that a league MVP wins. I know the last Jokic didn't do it, Embiid didn't do it, Giannis didn't do it, Harden didn't do it. I'm trying to work my way back. Steph Curry didn't do it the second time. Steph did it though the first time they did it in 15. So that's off the top of my head once in the last decade. It's not as rare as it is in the NFL that the regular season MVP wins the Super Bowl there, but this is a semi. It didn't used to be a rare occurrence. It used to be the league MVP won the championship mostly every year, but it just hasn't been happening as of late in the NBA. So Shai again is going to get serenaded by every ESPN credentialed analyst, every writer, every TV pundit and personality is going to be talking about the historical ramifications for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And like I said, there's no doubt he's inarguably one of the 3 best players in the NBA right now. I would argue 3 behind Jokic easily and still behind Giannis Antetokounmpo. But to the victor, as they say, goes the spoils. Tip of the hat to SGA for winning both of these MVPs. And tip of the hat to Sam Presti. As much as I've come on here and bemoaned and whined and criticized and ranted about the Oklahoma City Thunder, because look, I don't think I came out of this run. I picked this team in August to win the NBA championship, and I stood by that steadfastly through the whole year and through the whole postseason. But I come out of the postseason after they accomplished the feat thinking a lot less about them than I did going in. I don't think very highly anymore of Mark Daigneault or the character of this team. But who I do think very highly of is the wizard, the magician, the arguable GOAT of general managers, that is Sam Presti, in building this ridiculously loaded, stacked mega team that looks like they're going to contend for several years to come. They're just at the beginning now. I think it's the second youngest team in NBA history to win a championship. So they're only going to get better now. And they still have a buttload of draft assets and capital that they could flip, to strengthen this team moving forward. But they have the whole team contractually obligated anyway through the next 2 seasons for the most part, other than Shea. You got to think they're going to wrap him up in the offseason, even on the heels of what was a pretty lousy final series. This guy was sheer ass this series. But look, he was pretty decent tonight. Chet with 18 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 blocks tonight. His defense tonight was magnificent. And 18 and 8 with the 5 big blocks. In addition, look, the All-Star, the All-NBA and the All-NBA defensive player this year, Jalen Williams, 20 points tonight for him, though on 20 shots. Again, volume city, just like his running mate, MVP SGA, who, again, I said it earlier, he scored 29 points on 39 attempts when you factor in the 27 field goal attempts and the 12 free throws, 11 of 12 from the free throw line, 8 of 27 from the field. That's 29% for those of you who aren't great at quick math. Other than that, the Thunder get 2 in double digits off the bench in Alex Caruso and Cason Wallace. And Caruso, I think, was a steadying influencer early on in this game. The Pacers were up they were up early. Haliburton, before he ruptured that Achilles, was spraying 3-pointers on them. And Caruso came in and kind of calmed them. He hit 2 threes right off of the bench to kind of be a calming, steadying influence. So you cannot understate what Alex Caruso has meant to this team in this postseason run. It was just another masterful addition by the GOAT Sam Presti to go out and get this guy in free agency. Again, another guy they got in free agency was Isaiah Hartenstein. I've questioned why they didn't play and utilize him more throughout this series. He still only got 18 minutes tonight, but he was big, I think, in those 18 minutes. 7 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 assists for the big guy. That's 7, 9, and 4 in only 18 minutes. So the Thunder just another full team effort. No one played well tonight, I don't think, for Oklahoma City, including Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. But the defense, again, just totally ratcheted in the second half. They hold the Pacers, to 91 points for the game. Like I said, 41% shooting. And the Pacers, 24 points from Benedict Mathurin off the bench on 6 of 14. If Benedict Mathurin and TJ McConnell, actually 16 points for him on 8 of 13 off the bench. Again, if your bench is if your 2 best bench players are outscoring almost your entire starting lineup, it's not an equation for success. Pascal Siakam, who had a magnificent postseason run and a final series at that as well. He had 16 points on 5 of 13 tonight. He led the way for the starters. So 16 for Siakam on 5 of 13. Then your next 2 leading scorers, Benedict Mathurin and TJ McConnell off the bench. Again, not an equation for success tonight. Haliburton, again, goes out early. He played in just 6 minutes of the game. He scored 9 points in that amount of time. And now it looks like he's done for all of next season. So an absolute excruciating, gut-wrenching loss for Indiana. They left it all out on the court. They poured it all out there, including Haliburton literally left it all out on the court, risked it all. And unfortunately, he comes up on the losing end of that equation as his Pacers not only lose the series, but now the Pacers are, for all intents and purposes, finished for next season. They will not be a viable contender, I don't think, now, as they will be without Haliburton for the entirety of next season. And who knows what effect this will have now on his entire career moving forward. Just a very, very sad end to what was otherwise a great season for Haliburton and for the Pacers. I see moderator Gary is trying to flag me down with something. I don't know.
Got a quick comment, real quick. Why the celebration still going on? If you're not turn to this celebration. Jay, are you looking at the celebration?
Yeah.
What the hell is up with those cheap ass looking hats? They seriously? I've never seen hats that look that cheap. Championship hats. They look like something that you would pick up at the gas station in the 80s. It looks like, is the dollar store manufacturing the NBA championship hats? Look at these hats. Let me get a close-up. Look at how
I saw it on Shea. He's got some kind of shoes around. He's got like golden shoes around his neck too, I think. I'm not sure what's going on there. Is that Shea with the golden shoes?
Of the hat. It looks so cheap. It looks like there's a cheap patch of the OKC logo, and it's so small. It looks like it can fall right off. And it's like champions and big letters.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now, and I wish someone, hopefully, if you are watching this celebration and Sue, please chime in here and let me know why does Shea Gilgeous-Alexander have golden sneakers hanging around his neck and not on his? He's got his regular game shoes on and then golden sneakers draped around his neck and whatever. They're doing the pictures now. There's a slew of confetti all over. None of the fans have left. Obviously, Shea's the Finals MVP. And Chet's holding the trophy in the middle there. And again, just the full total team effort by the Oklahoma City Thunder. It was much harder than it should have been, but the best team by a lot, by a wide margin in the NBA this year, I think, ultimately go on to win the NBA championship. And again, I just wanted to finish my point real quick. The Indiana Pacers, they have nothing to be ashamed of. I think I'll think about the Pacers the same way this year that I think about the Denver Nuggets. Went out on their shields. They were the classier, more focused, better coach team throughout the entirety of the series, just like Denver was throughout their series. They just didn't have enough talent when the Thunder really ratcheted it in and dialed up the defense. There's just nothing you can do. So credit, tip of the hat to the whole Pacers squad, Rick Carlisle, masterful job, and Tyrese Haliburton for everything that he risked ultimately. And now we'll see prayers for him up, obviously, to make a full and as speedy as a recovery as absolutely as possible. Welcome into all of you guys, about 550 people here in the lounge for the final playoff Skap live session. I know there's a lot of banana discourse going on. Look, I wore the banana shirt for you guys tonight. All right. Not only is it a banana shirt, it's blue and gold, guys. This is Indiana colors. Like, what more? Like, you think I'm rooting against you? I'm with you. Like, I had the banana. I've been carrying the banana with me for good luck, guys. For those of you who are joining us for the first time, I find it very hard to believe that this would be your first time in the lounge. But if it is, there is this running banana theme, this inside joke with me and several of my followers on here, but primarily one, Lester's banana. So I've been rooting and pulling for the Pacers. My wife bet on the Pacers to win this game. So as she indicated she did last time. So look, I was on the Pacers bandwagon, but as valiant of an effort as it was, guys, this was never going to happen. Injury aside from Haliburton, it would not have mattered. The better team won. And they didn't play like they were the better team most of the time, but whenever they can be bothered to play like the better team, they were the substantially better team. And that's what we've seen throughout these playoffs, and that's what we saw again tonight. But nonetheless, guys, it's been a great run with you guys. I just want to welcome you all in. We're probably going to have a lengthy show tonight. We already have 20 super chats queued up in only 23 minutes. So many thanks for your generosity and kindness there. And as you guys all heard already, because he can't get over these hats, moderator Gary is in, of course, as well. AKA, I'm sorry, Gary the Gaslighter is in. Gary, is there anything you want to say to your adoring fans in Indiana or the Thunder hater?
Yes, I do have something to say. I am offended by those hats. Those hats are an abomination. I'm serious. I can't get over. How would you feel? You finally win an NBA championship, which you've been building for the entire season or for seasons, and then you get a cheap-ass hat that looks like that. I'm sorry. I am offended. The hats are an abomination. I can't get over it. that is going to be a thorn in my side for the duration of the night?
Gary just can't get over the hats, guys.
No, I can't.
He can't get over the hats. But and look, I want to look, Gary. I must say, we have 556 people in here now, so I think we've got a pretty good turnout here. So even though the Pacers did not win, we still have a good, pretty decent turnout. Look, it's not the 800 or 1,000 we've had in here before, but it's still it exceeds the like 250 we've been getting when the Thunder win this series. So just shout out to the Pacer contingent or anti-Thunder contingent, which came in and showed up tonight. If you are just joining us, which again I find hard to believe, the Oklahoma City Thunder 103-91 winners, Game 7 at home. They were absolutely dominant at home in this postseason. We'll get to these super chats in a minute. I just want to touch base on. I saw something today which I had to do a double take on. The Thunder at home in the playoffs this year. So, and whatever, they won 16 games, they lost 7. So, that's a fairly decent sample size there. Their net rating at home was plus 22, which means per 100 possessions at home, which is about how many possessions there are in an NBA game this year. They're 22 points better than their opponents. On the road this year in the postseason, their net rating was -7. So they were 7 points worse per 100 possessions on the road. That's a 30-point net swing, home versus road, in the NBA or in the entire playoff run per 100 possessions. That is, to me, just lack of character. Just no showing on the road, knowing you have the safety net of your home to come back and do what they did tonight, which is just cakewalk in this Game 7. And I'm sure we'll get to these comments, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of Haliburton excuses going on here. And Haliburton, credit to him, did look fantastic in those first 6 minutes before he got hurt. 9 points again on 3 of 5 overall, 3 of 4 from the three-point line. But look, Haliburton came into the series averaging 14 points per game on 7 assists. So I don't know how much stock we could have put in those first 6 minutes and projected that into a complete, full game kind of a situation, especially because the Thunder weren't even trying at that point yet. They didn't even really turn it on until the second half when they really got away. It was 34-20 in the third quarter. That really kind of ended the game. They puffed that lead up to 21 with about 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, and they kind of just cruised in from there despite a myriad of missed three-pointers. The Thunder shot 11 of 40 tonight from the three-point line. That's 27%. They were just chucking up threes all fourth quarter with this substantial meaty lead that they had. And MVP Shea was 2 of 12 from the three-point line. So again, it basically the Pacers just ran out of steam. If you want to just boil it down to one thing, turnovers. 21 for Indiana, only 7 for the Thunder. I don't know exactly how many points it was off of the turnovers for the Thunder, but I think it was 30. I know it was 27 at one point, early in the fourth. I want to say that it got to at least 30. So a team in the Thunder that scored only 103 got 30 of their points off of Pacers turnovers. So that really ultimately was the deciding factor as far as I'm concerned. And look, we can get into what this means from a historical standpoint. The Oklahoma City Thunder are, again, I will say this in a video that I will ultimately do at some point, that the Thunder are and will likely be remembered as one of the greatest individual regular season teams ever. And then look, if they go on to win another one next year, win 3 or 4 in the next 5 or 6 years, they will be remembered as a dynastic, great all-time team. But anyone that watched this entire playoff run ensue, anyone that checked in with their own individual eye tests on this, it kind of paints a different picture, a different story of a team that just didn't really ever play up to their potential unless their backs were firmly against the wall. And to me, I will never speak highly of that team in comparison to other all-time great teams. So that's just where I am on them. We could talk historical rankings or whatnot if you want, where this team might fit in. It's back-to-back years with historical one standalone year teams with the Boston Celtics and what they achieved last year. And they were a hell of a lot more dominant in the postseason than the Oklahoma City Thunder were this year. Both of them played comparably easy schedules in the playoffs to get their championship, in my estimation, with the lucky path, the easy path that the Thunder had. And then in game 7, the best player on the other team getting hurt. So say what you will about it, though. History will only ultimately remember one thing. In 5, 10, 20, 30, 100 years down the line, all that will ultimately be remembered is the Oklahoma City Thunder are champions. And also what will be remembered from today will be Kevin Durant has been traded. Again, we could talk about that. Durant will be starting his tenure with a 5th team now. This will be his 5th NBA team in his 18th NBA season starting next year. Finally the Phoenix Suns pull the trigger on this thing just 3 days before the draft. They get the deal done. We've been waiting on this for at least a week now. The full extent of the package, bit of a surprise to me. I'm surprised that Jalen Green was involved. It's just Jalen Green though, and then Dylan Brooks for essentially that's just contract match purposes. So the amount of money Durant is making versus the amount of money that Jalen Green is making is not matching. It's not going to match up. So they need to equal out that roughly $55 million salary that the KD is earning right now. And that's what Dylan Brooks has been thrown into for that. Then they get the 10th overall pick in this year's draft, the 10th overall pick in the first round, Houston's pick going to Phoenix along with Brooks and Green, and then 5 second-round picks. So I don't know. I was expecting a lot of picks. I was thinking someone was going to give them like 2 or 3 first rounds, maybe even 4 or 5 first-round picks. But the fact that they get Green, who is an elite young asset in my estimation. I think a lot of you hate Green. I'm impressed by this kid. He's only 22 years old. He just turned 23, but he's 4 years in the league already. He just turned 23. He is the 2nd overall pick in the 2021 draft, and he just scored 21 points per game this year in a season that he played all 82 games in. I thought that it was going to be more of a heavy draft collateral or asset package. I'm shocked. I thought the Rockets probably were operating under the premise that, look, Green, Amen Thompson, and Alperen Şengün, untouchable. So we'll send you like 2 other decent, young assets plus like 3 or 4 first-round picks. That's what I was expecting. So I was surprised when I saw that package. I think it's a decent deal for Phoenix. We can get into this a little bit later on. I did a video on it just with my initial thoughts, but I'll do probably another one sometime tomorrow or the next day, really unpacking it. But we can discuss it some here if you guys want. What'd you think? Good or bad deal for Phoenix? Good or bad deal for Houston? I think that it certainly makes Houston better. Again, I would have liked to try to retain Green, Şengün, and Thompson if I could have. Obviously, I guess that wasn't a possibility for Phoenix. It's kind of a weird match now with Phoenix, I don't think. I think between you've got Green now, who's kind of let's see how I just want to see what his list size is. I think he's kind of an undersized kind of 2. I just want to see his official. Oh, yeah. So he is listed at 6'4", which is exactly what I was thinking that he was. And Booker, he's actually compared often to Devin Booker, which is strange to me. I do see some similarities between Green's game at this age versus Booker. Now you're pairing the two of them, essentially 2 undersized off guards, sort of. So interesting to see how that dynamic will play out moving forward. Phoenix is going to be probably pretty terrible moving forward, is how it's going to play out for at least a year or two. I think Houston, like I said, closer. The official odds have shifted for them. They are now the second. I mentioned that the Oklahoma City Thunder were the odds-on favorite in 2026 to repeat and defend their championship. The second best odds in the entire NBA right now for next year is the Houston Rockets now, in light of this Kevin Durant news. So we can get into all of that as well. But guys, we are now 35 minutes in to the final Skap Live After Dark playoff edition in the lounge. So I think we should probably get into some of these super chats. We have 23 super chats queued up already. So again, many thanks to all of you guys for your kindness and generosity and support through the last roughly 7 weeks of me doing this. I don't know how many I've done of these, probably like 30 now at this point. So many thanks to all of you for being along for the ride, for all of your interaction in here. We have over 1,500 comments overall right now in the chat. And like I said, these 23 super chats. So Gary, if there's nothing else you want to address at this time, we can pour into some of these super chats.
Well, I think those hats look like they were produced in Indiana. So that's a problem. So
Gary can't get over. He's too shell shocked by these hats. He can't even get over the hats right now, guys.
Yeah, it looks like something you'd buy at a gas station in the 80s. And I'm not even joking. The cheap little sewn on. Have you ever heard of double stitch? Those patches, those little tiny OKC patches look like they're about to fall off. They look like they were glued on.
Gary, I'm going to be honest with you, though.
You don't have a hat like that.
I have 7 championship hats. At least one, maybe 2 of some of them. I got 2. I have the 97 Bulls, the 98 Bulls, right, the 2000 Lakers, the 2001 Lakers, the 2002 Lakers, the 2008 Lakers, or the 2009 Lakers, and the 2010 Lakers hats. They're all pretty chintzy hats, Gary. The one that I wear the most is the 2010 championship hat. I could go get it for you if you want.
I have some championship hats as well from the Spurs.
Hold on. It's the Lakers Celtics Game 7 that Kobe won his 5th championship. I wear that one pretty often. The stitching on the front and the back, there's on the back, there's the trophy, and then on the front is like the Lakers logo and number, whatever, 15 or whatever one that was when they won it for their whole franchise. The stitching, the patches on both the front and back are lifting off and coming off and about to fall off. So,
and how old are they?
What's that?
And how old are they?
Well, that one was from 2010. So
yeah, exactly.
15 years
ago. These look like they're about to fall off right now.
Gary, I'll tell you what we need to do is you need to get one of these hats and do a video on the hat quality and take apart the hat quality. See, maybe you can wear it during activities and see how long the patch will stay on. And you could do like some kind of a video on that and send it to the NBA league offices to shame
Those hats are supposed to be collector's items. I don't really think they're intended to be worn out very often anyways. But
right.
Still, I mean, they're putting them on. I've never seen a hat look that cheap at the actual celebration. So I am deeply offended by this, because as deep of pockets as the NBA has, they should be able to have some nice double stitch quality hats. You just win a championship and then you get some dollar store championship hats. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to get over this.
Guys, hang on one second, Gary. I'm just going to shut the TV off because it's annoying me already. Stephen A. Smith, he might as well have a banana up on the podium with him right now. He is the effusive praise for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is absolutely nauseating right now from Stephen A. Smith. This guy absolutely hates Nikola Jokic, has been on a one-man destruction tour of Jokic's MVP candidacy for like 3 straight years. He's been propping up Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for back-to-back years, and he's up here like he might as well just take his suit off, oil himself up, hop in. They could pull a little clawfoot tub up on this podium for him. He could slip into a bubble bath, light up some Boys to Men, and start doing his post-game breakdown right now of SGA with the effusive, nauseating praise that he's giving this guy like he was some unstoppable force tonight. 8 of 27 shooting from the field. So 39 total shots with his free throws counted in there for 29 total points against the 16th net rated defense in the regular season on the Indiana Pacers. I saw TJ McConnell guarding this guy at stages of the fourth quarter. Stephen A. Smith needs to give it a damn rest. So I just had to shut the TV off here, and let's slide into some super chats.
Let's go hope Stephen A. Smith doesn't go over to SGA and congratulate him and then slip something in his drink. And then SGA wakes up in the morning. He's like, "What? Where am I? What just happened?" And Stephen A's walking out of the room. It was a great.
It's just hard. It's just hard to listen to. But we've got our man Dylan in here with the little Speedo. He's all oiled up here. The model fit handle. What's up, bro? Welcome in. And this came at 10:16. So if you're doing the math, the game ended at like 10:45 or like 10:50 or something like that, I think. So this one came well before the game ended. Gary, go ahead with this one.
Oh man, prayers up for Haliburton.
Yeah, absolutely. Could not echo that anymore. There is it's just such a shame to see a kid put everything on the line like that. And again, I think it's hyperbolic sometimes to say like, oh, these athletes, they're risking it all or whatever. But Haliburton actually was risking it all in this series. I don't care that he's only like 25 years old. I don't think he's going to ever make a full recovery. I don't think that Achilles can be repaired fully and that you can make it all the way back. It's just, even when you look at the NFL, Cam Akers ruptured his Achilles. Actually, he's blown 2 back-to-back years now. Absolutely gut-wrenching for him too. But like Cam Akers was a beast in his first year. He ruptured the Achilles, and like he's just okay now. Like it's and he's 22 years old. So I don't really care about ages at this point. I don't think you can physically recover 100% from an Achilles. Now, the good thing for Haliburton is he's not very athletic. So like he really much of his game is not predicated on athleticism. So maybe that gives him actually a bit of an advantage. But it does. It sucks. And yes, absolutely. Prayers up for Hallie. We've got our girl Stephanie in. Stephanie, thank you so much for your continued support throughout all this. Stephanie was in on the first night, the very first night that we entered the lounge on Skap Live After Dark, and she's here all the way through the playoffs to the end here. Gary, I think Stephanie is. I think I see a couple actually from her, but go ahead. What's this first one from her say?
Scott with the W take before the season even started. Gary doesn't have to lose his mind anymore. Lester's sad, respect, and prayers up to Hallie.
Yep. Stephanie, it's, I thought the Thunder would be more dominant in this playoff. When I made the call preseason and I saw what ensued in the regular season and their level of absolute dominance in the regular season to win every game, to play an 82 game season and factor in 12 losses or whatever it was, 14 losses in with their 68 wins, to still their average margin of differential be near 13 per game is absolutely a stunning amount of domination for an NBA team. So I really did think they would lose 2 or 3 games max all postseason. I think they should have only lost 2 to 3 games max all postseason, but it was just a classless approach to the playoffs by them. Maybe it's just a matter of their youth and inexperience, and they're just going to be better for it next year. Maybe next year is the year that they're going to buzzsaw the entire league. And again, absolute prayers up for Haliburton. I'm hoping that it's not Achilles. I'm hoping there's some miracle and the Achilles didn't go all the way. And hopefully it's just like a torn calf muscle or something. That would be way better and way easier to rehab. He probably would only miss like a month or something next year if that's what it was. So hopefully it's that and it's not the Achilles. But I've seen this too many times now at this point. And I really don't know why. Growing up watching sports like I did, I was glued to every sport, every NBA, NFL game, and playoff games in those sports that were played throughout my entire lifetime, basically. All these baseball, hockey postseasons that I've watched, I never seen the high amount of Achilles ruptures that I've seen. Like since Kobe ruptured his Achilles, it seems like I've seen like 10 Achilles pops throughout different sports now at this point. It's weird that these Achilles of these athletes are seeming so much more susceptible now than they were when I was growing up. Next, and Stephanie, again, thank you. And we'll see you later on here on the show. I know I saw at least one more that you sent us. Jose is in. I know I'm going to get a bunch of regulars tonight. It's been a great run with you guys throughout these playoffs. Jose is a regular. Thank you very much for everything you've done for me throughout these playoffs, Jose. I appreciate you. And Gary, what does Jose have to say?
OKC, worst champion in NBA history.
I mean, I definitely won't go that far. They are maybe one of the most classless champions I've seen in terms of their lack of attention to detail and their effort throughout large stretches of these playoffs. But they are, point in fact, one of the best assembled teams I've seen in this century. I've been saying it, and look, maybe I'll be wrong. We'll see. Like, they won this year, so my preseason call was right. But I also said that this will be a dynasty. So to be a dynasty, they're going to have to win at least 3. I think you need at least 3 over like 7 years to proclaim yourself a dynasty. And even then we can argue if that's a dynasty. I think one more parameter should be you've got to win at least once back to back too. But then that would invalidate the Spurs, Tim Duncan team as a dynasty, and they absolutely were a dynasty. So I think I'm saying they'll get a minimum of 3 in the next 7 years. If they don't, well, I'll be wrong on that end of my projection. Or my prediction. So we'll just have to see, Jose. But while they are a classless team to this point, maybe they're just a young team and they were just inexperienced, and it was their youthful inexperience that shone through in these playoffs. And now next year, they will be the dominant force that I was expecting them to be in these playoffs. We'll just have to wait and see. But Jose, thank you again. Next in, we've got Lester's Banana, which Lester's Banana, salute to you. Shout out to you out there, Lester's Banana. I do appreciate you being here. Lester, I wore that. Look at this shirt, Lester. Come on. I wore it. It's Pacers. It's Pacers yellow and blue. I wore it just for you. It's the banana shirt. I mean, can we get any better with this thing? So, and I've got the banana. Look, Lester, I have not. Go ahead, Gary. Read Lester's first comment here.
Last super chat of the season. Eat banana for the chat.
So look, Lester, I'm not going to do it seductively for you, which is what you were wanting, but I will eat the entirety of this very nice, healthy looking banana, by the way. I will munch this banana down throughout the remaining course of the old live stream here. Lester, this one's for you. Hopefully I don't lose the entire chat here now, this live stream with my first banana bite. Lester, thank you so much.
He said you have to lick it before you eat it.
Lester's Banana, thank you so much for your your involvement here, your activity. You're really bringing a unique approach here to these super chats and just to this live stream overall over the last 2 months. You've really been quite an addition here. I'm very thankful to have you on board. And you've really brought a lot of levity and enjoyment and fun to these. So let me just take this bite here. We'll move on from Lester for now, but we'll be back, I'm sure, talking with Lester. Gary, while I take this first, just the tip for now, Lester, but I will follow the tip with the remainder of the banana. So I'm just going to get this tip in my mouth here while I'm chewing this one up. Gary, you can go ahead and read Mark's super chat for us.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I wasn't expecting you to say that. All right. Mark says this was the most pathetic title ever besides 2020. Yeah, I don't know about that. Obviously, I would say probably that the LeBron one is the worst one that I've seen. I think OKC, what I said at the beginning of this series was that OKC's only problem is that they get complacent at times. Now I'm coming away with the realization complacency is a huge problem for them, much bigger than I realized, because honestly, they should have won this in 5, maybe 6. But props to Indiana, because Indiana's very deep and they never stop. They literally live up to their team name, the Pacers. They run and run and run and run and don't stop. They don't care what the score is on the scoreboard. And if you don't keep, the pedal to the metal, they are going to come back. And that's what they kept doing throughout the playoffs. So props to them for that. But at the same time, if OKC played with urgency, much to your point, I don't think this goes over 5, maybe 6 at the most. OKC needs to overcome this complacency, because if they don't, somebody else is going to rise up and beat them, whether it's the Spurs or the Timberwolves get another piece to add to the puzzle, or every year somebody comes on the scene that you weren't expecting. So if you play complacent like this, someone will come over and knock you off your throne. So that's what you need to overcome.
I'll say this, and I first of all, I do really like the Durant trade. We can talk about it more. I think, again, I was expecting them to get Giannis or Durant. It just made too much sense. They needed a veteran player. They were the surprise number 2 seed this year. They lost, though, in the first round because they just needed more of a consistent half-court provider for them in those, tight one-score possessions down the stretch against good defensive teams. And I thought that they were going to pull the trigger on either Giannis or Durant. It made too much sense with all of the young assets they have and the draft collateral that they had stored up. I thought they were going to be going in a Giannis direction, but it's become increasingly clear over the last couple of weeks, I think, that we're moving in a direction further and further away of the Giannis deal getting done at all. So with the likelihood becoming now that Giannis remains in Milwaukee, I think that Houston pulled the trigger. Houston did on Durant. And I do like that deal. I mean, Amen Thompson is a stud. That defense is extremely good. And then Alperen Şengün, to me, is a rising star. They call him Baby Jokic. He's all-star caliber already. He's 22 years old. The sky is the limit for that kid. Now you put Durant on there too. The veteran Fred VanVleet there to pull the trigger, to pull the string, so to speak, from the point position. That's a good team. Like, I really do like what Houston's done. I like what their outlook appears to be now moving forward. I still like Minnesota and what they have built up for next year. We'll see. I'll say this about Oklahoma City. They're still, to me, I think they're still significantly above any other team. I think it's almost impossible. When I say they're unbeatable, I don't necessarily mean they just go 4-0 every series, but it means to beat them 4 times out of 7, in my estimation, is almost impossible. With the depth of the defense that they have, like, it's just so hard. When you can put 5 guys on the floor that are absolute dogs defensively, it's just so hard to create advantages. And then if you have a guy like Jokic that can create big advantages, the 2 or 3 guys that are left roaming that aren't on Jokic are good enough to rotate and make up space. And it's just so hard to get advantage on the Thunder, and to do it 4 times out of 7. It's just asking a lot. But I will say my one takeaway on the Thunder, if we're talking about vulnerabilities, is the fact that they get a bit sluggish offensively. So look, Jalen Williams he averaged like 24 points per game in this series. I think Chet Holmgren is way better than what he showed in this series. And then their bench is very deep and good as well. But for whatever reason, they get bogged down in the half courts. They get stagnant offensively. Shea himself wasn't even that good at times. He proved to be a volume shooter in many games that we've seen throughout the postseason this year, including tonight in a home game 7, 29 points on 27 shot attempts on 29% shooting from the field. So for whatever reason, they're prone to become stagnant offensively. And I don't know really how that changes now in the offseason. I think there will, for whatever reason, be some questions about Chet Holmgren. I think that will be squashed quickly by Oklahoma City. I think that they will extend him to whatever his max number will be this summer. But on the heels of this final series, I think there will at least be some questions like, do we move away from Chet? Even though that's ridiculous to me based on, a kid who's basically played really just one season that was uninterrupted by injury so far. And he's only 23-ish himself right now. Maybe tonight's performance will go far enough for him. Again, he had 18 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 blocks tonight. He was a plus 10 tonight. So maybe tonight's performance will be enough to kind of, squash those discussions. I think they'll be squashed quickly when they swiftly do extend him to his max number in this offseason. But that was what was surprising to me at times, was the fact that the Indiana Pacers and the Denver Nuggets, these are not good defensive teams. I think Denver was the 15th net rated defense in the NBA in the regular season, and the Pacers were the 16th rated. So these are, by the very definition, straight mediocre defensive teams, and they clamped down Oklahoma City throughout large stretches of the series. How much of that was Oklahoma City's own, willing participation in allowing that to happen to them, and how much of it was just the other team's defense? But even tonight, they scored, again, 103 points, but 30 of them off of turnovers. Like, if you can just take care of the ball against this team, really, it looks like they can be beaten. If you just keep them in the half court and you don't allow them to get out. The problem is not allowing them to get out with those aforementioned top, 7 top 20 defensive players and probably 5 top 10 league-wide defensive players. It's just tough to not turn it over. Like, you looked at Denver throughout that series and said, 20 turnovers. What do you just take care of the ball? The Pacers tonight turned it over, I think, for the 4th time this series, 20 times or more. So it's just easier said than done with the defense that's this stout. But if you can somehow not do it, then they struggle mightily in the half court. They had all postseason long. So that, to me, is the big takeaway moving forward into the next season. So maybe a team like Oklahoma City, a team like Houston, who is a very good defensive team, now they become much better to me in the half court when you throw in Schengen playing opposite Durant with Van Vliet there. Like, that's now kind of a dynamic half court team in my estimation. So maybe they do get even closer to Oklahoma City than I'm giving them credit to be. But yeah, Mark, that was, I don't know. This, to your point, sorry, I said a lot there. To your point, I think the finals, look, it went 7, thankfully, so we got that, but each individual game wasn't necessarily all that compelling, other than game 1, the heroic buzzer beater with 0.3 of a second left by Haliburton. I'm certain, to your point though, Mark, this is probably one of the least watched finals since that 2020, probably the least watched one. I'd say it's probably going to become the second most least watched final series in league history, behind only that 2020 series that you referenced in the bubble. So I guess you can draw that correlation if you want. Next thing, we've got Sully's Tech Hub. Sully, who is a regular throughout all these playoffs again, is in. Sully, thank you so much for your ongoing continued support throughout all these playoffs and generosity. Gary, what does Sully have tonight for us?
MPJ, Gordon, Haliburton. Is this a Mickey Mouse ring? Also, Skap's ass is safe from Lester's banana. Dame, Tatum, Hallie all wear number 0, torn Achilles.
Wow, yeah, I didn't even piece that puzzle together. That stinks for all those players. Obviously, everybody knows I'm a big Kobe fan, and I will never forget the night I watched Kobe rupture his Achilles. The game was, I watched the game live. I watched all of Kobe's games live. That since in the League Pass era, I watched every single game that Kobe Bryant played live. So I was watching that game when it happened. I was living in Philadelphia actually at the time. I was, I don't know, like 29 years old. And I Literally, I was weeping when I watched him walk off the floor. And then I watched his press conference too, and he was crying in the press conference. And I thought if anybody could get back, it would be him. And he never really did ultimately. He came back and played, I think, 3 more years, but he was clearly physically depreciated by a lot. He came back and played, I think, only like 6 games the next year. Then he came back and played in only like 28 games the year after that. Then the final year, which he was just a shell of himself. So he never really did make it back, unfortunately. And the Achilles is nothing that I would wish on anybody, even players I dislike. I would never want to see that happen. And yeah, Sully, to your point, not an altogether challenging run for the Oklahoma City Thunder. They get the 8th seed Memphis Grizzlies, who fired their coach halfway through the year. They then get the 4 seed Denver Nuggets, who fired their coach like 6 days before the postseason started. And then, as you referenced there, Michael Porter Jr. hurt his shoulder in like game 5 against the Clippers. So he was not even close to a facsimile of himself throughout the entire 7-game series against Oklahoma City. He's prone to, look, MPJ is prone to playoff vanishing acts even without the injury. But then you factor the injury, and I think he averaged like 7 or 8 points in that series on 30% shooting. Then in game 7, Gordon had a month-long injury at least that he tried to play through in game 7. And now the Haliburton injury too. That's what he's referencing. It's an easy run. So it's the 8th seed, the 4th seed without their coach, with interim coaches. They then get the 6th seed in Minnesota, then the 4th seed out east. It's an easy run. And then, yes, their opponents were affected significantly by injury. I mean, it's not a very good ring, Sully. And so not only, look, we just mentioned all of those facts, and yet they still get pushed 7 in 2 series. It's not a good look for Oklahoma City, despite the fact they don't give a shit. They have the championship trophy, and that's really all they care about tonight. Next in is Sid Morales. Sid, welcome in. Thank you very much for supporting us here. Gary, what does this one say from Sid?
OKC can't be the worst chant because they got 68 wins and don't have a super team, as admitted, right? What's your honest, unbiased opinion?
Yeah, I mean, their team will be super because they're going to be a dynasty, because I keep saying it, because there's no way they can't be, in my estimation. They're too young. They're too stacked. They play defense too well. They have too many assets on the back end of the draft. Their team is positioned well contractually. They're going to win multiple championships. But they were put together organically, so thus not by my definition of super team. They, yes, won 68 games. They were the number 1 ranked team ever in NBA history in SRS. They had the best net differential ever. They're a historically great single season team, Sid. I've been saying it all year, and I've been saying it all postseason, even as they've dicked around in these series and made me want to throw up in my mouth because of how classless they are in showing up like 40% of the time in 2 of these series. But that doesn't take away their accomplishment. They are going to be remembered as one of the great single season teams in NBA history. They got the thing over the finish line. Even as the car was sputtering and clunkering, they still get it across the finish line. They win the championship. They validate the regular season. They're an all-time great single season team, and they will become, to me, a dynastic team moving forward, Sid. So I don't make any qualms about that. I think SGA is the more over. If we're looking at the Oklahoma City Thunder verse, like, SGA is overrated to me. He's gotten to be overrated now at this point. He will become more overrated now throughout the course of this run over the next, as it plays out over the next couple of years. The Thunder, though, are not overrated. They are a great team. I've been saying they were great. They just don't play great enough of the time for me, as far as I'm concerned. Jolly Joshams, yet another regular in. Many thanks and welcome to you, Jolly. And guys, I'm sorry I'm about an hour behind right now on these super chats, We've got like 33. I'm pretty far behind right now, so I'm sorry. I will get to every one of these super chats. Jolly is a regular. Thank you so much, Jolly, for being with us throughout all this. Gary, what does Jolly have for us?
Pacers shot themselves in the foot with turnovers in the third. Even with that, they were still holding on way closer than they had any right to.
Yeah, I agree. I agree totally with all of that, Jolly. Again, it's going to be hard when the Thunder only have 7 turnovers and you have 21. Like, it's just going to be hard to win the series, to win a game. And when you have 20 turnovers in a game against the Thunder, it's just going to be a challenge. And I think it's the Pacers had at least 3 games with over 20 turnovers in this series. It might have been 4. I'll go dig into the box score and get to the bottom of that. I'll talk about it likely in a video. But it's at least 3 games with over 20 turnovers. And it was, just another case of that tonight. And it was only 7 for the Thunder. The Thunder took care of the ball. The Pacers didn't. And the Thunder struggled to score. The Pacers shot only 41% from the field tonight, but the Thunder shot only 40%. They shot 27% from 3. The Thunder would not have won this game without 30 points off of turnovers that the Pacers gave up. So that is just a major, major portion of this game, of this outcome. Marco, my main man from Serbia. What's up, brother? What does my Serbian brother Marco have for us tonight, Gary?
Season is over. Now you and Gary can book a trip to Serbia.
I don't know if Gary was interested in this Serbian trip as well, but I certainly am. I will see what I can do. I'll talk to the missus and see if I would love to just do a little European swing in the off season here, and Serbia would certainly be near the top of my list. So please Marco, I'll keep in touch. And likewise, we will hopefully make something happen here. I would love nothing more than to come see you and Burka in Serbia, go to an establishment, kick back a couple cold ones, and talk about our main man, the GOAT, Nikola Jokic. So yes, Marco, I will be in touch for sure if I can pull this whole thing together.
Hey, you know what? He is the GOAT. There's another GOAT. We always talk about greatest of all time. What about GOTE? It would be pronounced GOAT because the word tote is TOTE. So GOTE could be greatest of this era, greatest of the era. Jokic is the GOAT. The GOTE GOAT.
That's a good point, Gary. I like where you're tracking there, Gary. I like where your head's at. Next up, we've got Randy Watson. Randy, what is happening? I appreciate you coming in. What's Randy got for us tonight?
And to add on to that, by the way, LeBron is not even the GOTE GOAT, by the way.
True.
To get that out. So let alone the real GOAT GOAT. All right. So Randy Watson says, where is your video about Tom Brady calling LeBron the greatest?
Well, Randy, there's not going to be a video because here's why. Tom Brady is just a class act, far classier than that bum LeBron. And here's what happened. In case you guys aren't paying attention to this or aren't up on this. Tom Brady went on some podcast, some interview, whatever, and he was asked to who his Mount Rushmore is. So who are his greatest athletes of all sports? And he named 9 people's names came up. The only real ones that are important to me are the top 3 that he named, because he's obviously on that mount too, but he's too classy to name himself. So he didn't. But the first 3 names he named, in order, by the way, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Tiger Woods. Then he takes a pause because it's then Tom Brady. So to him, those are the 4 best. But he didn't say his own name because he's too classy, like that bum stooge LeBron, who's been begging for people to call him GOAT for 10 years. And then, Brady goes on to name a number of other people. Michael Phelps. I think he named the sprinter. Who's the sprinter? Michael, I don't know. The Olympic sprinter.
Usain Bolt?
No. Before that, the American, like
Michael
from
Johnson.
20 years ago. Yeah, Michael Johnson, I think he named. Anyway, he even named like Caitlin Clark. He did not name LeBron James because in an honest moment, when pushed for reflection, Tom Brady did not even think of 9 or 10 names that he spit out to even mention LeBron. Then this is what happened. The bum that he is, LeBron, the baby, sniveling little narcissist, was whining and pouting to his Clutch Sports syndicate. So they put out all of these obvious like things on social media, blowing the whole thing out of whack. I, in fact, did a video on Brady mocking Tom Brady. So Brady's seeing all of this and feeling the heat from all of the losers in the Clutch Sports syndicate. Brady, the class act that he is, went and put a pacifier in LeBaby's mouth and gave him a little shout out on social media like 3 or 4 days after. Is that what you wanted, Randy? Was that what you were expecting? Is that what you were looking for? Because that's all you're going to get in terms of me talking about it, unless I just do a whole video on what I said just now. LeBron's a baby. He's an insufferable narcissist, and he has a whole media contingent to try to fan the flame of his fraudulent GOAT case. And this is what they do. When someone goes out there and doesn't give him his credit, then it becomes a huge like news cycle about Tom Brady disrespecting LeBron. So he stuck a pacifier in LeBaby's mouth, Randy. That's all it was. And I'm not gonna dignify that with some kind of a video of clarification. But thank you, Randy, for the super chat. I do appreciate you. Oh boy, we've got John Ratcliffe back in, one of our originals. He was a big prolific I think contributor, and obviously also a very big sponsor of our show as well throughout these playoffs. And he was one of the original, the OGs on the very first Skap Live After Dark. John, welcome into you. Hope that shoulder's feeling better today. We heard there were some complications last time that you were on, so I hope you're feeling better tonight. Gary, what does John have to add though in terms of a comment or a question here?
Skap, I need to know this universal truth that everyone needs to know. Skap, do you believe in Joe Hendry? Trust me, it'll change your life when you do.
Joe Hendry. Gary, do you believe in Joe Hendry?
I do. I believe in him. I know that when you say his name, he would definitely appear. So, yeah, I do believe in him.
Joe Hendry is
say his name, and he will appear, Skap.
Now, wait, is he or is he not a Scottish professional wrestler and musician?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's pretty funny. He's got a little gimmick where he plays songs and mocks his opponents and stuff. He's a bit of a comedy act, but a pretty good wrestler as well. That's what I was telling you, that wrestling, the reason it's popular is because these guys come up with these fun characters that people get behind. Because a lot of people are like, oh, wrestling is so fake. And you don't understand. It's not. Of course, they're not hitting each other for real. They'd be knocked out instantaneously. They tell stories, they create characters, and they put on a fun show. And believe it or not, those guys get injured a lot more. I mean, look what Haliburton and Dame and Tatum. You get injured in the NBA, and that's not even that physical. You get injured in football. Wrestling, you get injured even more. So it's very physical. They wrestle 4, 5, 6 times in 1 week. Like every week of the year, they're on the road. It's very physically challenging. The most grueling physically sport really there is. So of course they don't punch each other for real. They'd be half dead. There would be no sport left. But Joe Hendry is a fun character. He's not in WWE yet. He's in one of the smaller circuits, but he probably will be called up to WWE and become a bigger star.
So I got to be honest, Gary and John, I am not a big wrestling fan. I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I know I talk about that often. Wrestling was actually quite big in Pittsburgh, and it was big just when I grew up. I grew up in the 90s, so WWE, WWF, whatever. It was a big deal when I was growing up. I never got into it. I was into the mainstream sports, mainly the NFL and the NBA. So I do not believe in this guy. So I guess I have to look into it. I have, and just to follow up and piggyback on this, John sent another super chat immediately. One after, I'll go back to Jose here, but say his name and he'll appear. He says, I believe in Joe Hendry. So I'm going to have to look into this guy. I'll go do some YouTube searching and look into this individual. I guess he's, like I said, a Scottish character. So I'll have to get on board this Joe Hendry train, John Ratcliffe. On your word, I will look into it. Jose is back in. Vargas and Gary, he doesn't like my potential fouls when I was talking about the overly physical nature of the Oklahoma City Thunder enforcing these multiple games. Look, I'm going to go back and check.
Wait. I've got something to add real quick. Sorry to interject. I meant to say this earlier. I saw a lot of comments talking about Scott Foster. By the way, for the record, Scott Foster did not officiate tonight. And I looked it up. Who were the refs for the NBA Finals Game 7? Crew Chief James Capers. Referee Josh Tiven. Umpire Sean Wright. Alternate referee James Williams. Replay center official David Guthrie. So stop with the Scott Foster.
Yeah, Gary. And look, Commissioner Nosferatu deserves very little credit for literally anything that he's done in his tenure. Leading the NBA. But I will say this. I think Scott Foster was the guy for tonight's game. And I think that Silver heard the criticisms, the public outcry, and I think he diverted and went in a different direction, did not want the controversy, and pulled Foster off the crew. So shout out to Silver for doing that, at least. And look, Jose, yes. I'll have to go back and look, see how many 20-plus turnover games the Pacers had, how many 20-plus turnover games the Nuggets had. Those were the deciding factors. You could say it's because of the Thunder's overly aggressive play style and the fact that their overt physicality is actually illegal. You can make that case, and I would listen to that, and I actually do agree that at times in the game tonight, certainly Game 7 against the Nuggets, and in times tonight, I saw multiple turnovers that I thought, like, oh, well, that's a foul. Like, even just I remember late, it was an 11-point game maybe with 3 minutes to go, and TJ McConnell was on a fast break, and he turned it over because Shea obviously fouled him. Like, Shea was behind him, reached around him, like grabbed his waist, hit his arm. It was a clear foul. And if the Pacers scored there, it would have cut it under 10. Instead, it became a turnover and it went back up. It was like a 14-point game then after that. So you can certainly make the case. In terms of the free throw disparity, though, again, it has not been there all season, all series long in this series, and it wasn't there tonight. It was 31 attempts for the Oklahoma City Thunder from the free throw line and 29 attempts for the Pacers tonight. So, again, it's the discrepancy in the free throws haven't been there. Now, Shea sure does shoot a lot. He's been shooting a lot all season long. He shot a lot in the playoffs, and he shot a lot tonight. He had 12 of the 31 attempts tonight for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. More than any single player, although Mathurin was 10 of 10 from the free throw stripe for the Indiana Pacers off the bench. 10 of his 24 game-high points for the Pacers came on the charity stripe for him. So, say what you want to say. They are an overly physical and aggressive team. And generally speaking, those teams do get the benefit of the doubt of the whistle. The thing that annoyed me so much in the Nuggets series was Jokic is the biggest, strongest player, at least in that series, if not maybe in the NBA. He was pushing back. He was getting the ever-loving shit fouled out of him in that series against the Thunder. And Jokic was getting overly physical back. And he was getting called for the fouls. That was the thing that was annoying the hell out of me. Like, if you're giving them the benefit of the whistle, like, can the other team then react to the physicality without them getting whistled too? Like, that felt a little chintzy to me. throughout portions of that series for sure. Next in is Time to Wake Up. And Time to Wake Up looks like they've got a SGA take here, Gary. Go ahead with it.
SGA, 8 of 27 in the biggest game of his life. Fake MVP.
Yeah, I mean, look, 29 points and 12 assists with only 1 turnover is pretty good. But and look, and people might come and be like, "Oh, Skap, hypocrite Skap." Like Kobe was whatever, 8 of 24 in Game 7 against the Celtics. Yeah, he was playing the Celtics that were like one of the 3. The Celtics, that Celtics team, this Thunder team, and the 2004 Pistons are the 3 best defensive teams of this century. So the Celtics, that Celtics team, specifically the 08 one, but they were still the core of that in 10 when they played them again. That was one of the best defensive teams of like the last 40 years. So that's the team Kobe did that against. And Kobe still did lead both teams in scoring in that game and led both teams in scoring in the fourth quarter in that game. But that shooting performance came against the Celtics. This shooting performance by SGA tonight, 29% from the field tonight at home in a Game 7, comes against the 16th rated net defense this year. An absolute middling, average to below average defense. So yeah, that is kind of a fraudulent performance by the alleged MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, this year. Good take there. Good take there. Time to wake up. Next in is Lightspeed. What is happening, Lightspeed? Thank you so much for your continued support here throughout these playoffs. Gary, what does Lightspeed have to add to the conversation here?
I think Gary and the Banana could have gone places on OnlyFans, but never mind. Huge thanks to you guys for the lives this postseason. Great work.
Many thanks to you, Lightspeed, for your support and generosity for us throughout. I agree. I think Gary and the cucumbers and eggs and maybe me with the banana, we might have been on to something on OnlyFans. I am still, salute to Lester's Banana and all of you banana lovers out there. I am still working my way through the banana. I do have the banana shirt on tonight. So, okay, I'll just keep showing that off for you guys. Thanks again, Lightspeed. Gary, I'm going to take another bite of this banana while you read another one.
Okay, well, actually, I'm going to respond to Lester. He just asked me, where's the cucumber? Lester, Indiana didn't win. So I didn't agree to anything. So Skap here is the submissive one to you. I'm not submissive.
I appreciate you, Lester.
So, yeah, I never agreed that. I said if Indiana won, then I would eat a cucumber. But unfortunately, they didn't. So I'm good. So, yes, now we can read the next one.
Which is Time to Wake Up again with another take on SGA. Now, Time to Wake Up is not a fan of SGA.
Worst finals Game 7 shooting performance by an MVP.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What is it? 8 of 27 tonight. I think, like I said, I think Kobe might have been 8 of 24 in Game 7 in that 2010 finals. If memory serves me right, but let me just go ahead back and check it out. 2010 NBA Finals, Game 7. Kobe Bryant was, where is this? Actually 6 of 24. By percentage, that is worse. But again, look at this entire team in that game. They shot 32% as a team. The Lakers did 32%. They won the game 83-79. Like, that is a crazy defensive game. Kobe, again, still leads all players on both teams in scoring in that game, led both teams in scoring in the fourth quarter as well. And for the series, again, in that series, let me just get to the series. In the 7-game series, the Lakers scored 90 points per game, and the Celtics scored 87 points per game. So Kobe scored 29 points per game in that series on 40% shooting. So he scored like a third of their points. He scored 29 of their 90. And the Lakers as a team shot just 41%. in that series. So that was just a different looking series. This is a mediocre Indiana Pacers team defensively in a mediocre defensive era. So yeah, it ain't the same. So I'm just going to go ahead and push back and squash any potential trolls that might want to try to draw some kind of a comparison between Shea's shooting performance and Kobe's in that series. Next thing, we've got Daniel Perkins. Daniel, thank you so much for your support. And Daniel does want to talk a little KD, it looks like maybe. Go ahead, Gary, with Daniel's comment here.
Does the KD trade make Houston a contender, and can Indiana return to the finals?
Unequivocally no to Indiana, unfortunately. I think the Cavaliers will be healthy throughout the entire playoffs, so I must assume they will be.
Can you clarify if when Haliburton gets back in, say, 2 years, do you think they have a shot?
Maybe. I mean, I won't write it off for Indiana forever. Like I won't say I won't say that the book is closed or the window is slammed shut or anything like that on Indiana's potential to get back maybe to the finals in subsequent years, but next year they have no shot.
Is there a piece they could add, do you think, in a year or two that could really make them a real legit threat off the top of your head? I'm just trying to add to the question a little bit.
I just want to see the team payroll. So look, they're not in terrible shape. I think that the NBA salary cap is expected to nestle in somewhere in the neighborhood of $154 million next year. Right now, they've got $167 million accounted for, so not bad at all. And there is a number of team options on there, so they can easily get under cap now and maybe tinker in free agency. They've got Pascal Siakam and Haliburton. They've got them on board for many years to come. So at a pretty high amount, both of them are making about $50 million annually. But other than that, I mean, it's not crazy, these contracts. Obi Toppin, $14 million, Naismith, $11 million, McConnell, $10 million. Those guys are secured for a couple years too. Then they've got team options on Benedict Mathurin, and that's really it in terms of their contributors. Then they've got Nemhard contracted through a couple years at 20 per year. This is a good roster-wise, payroll-wise. Yeah. This is a pretty well-built team.
Yeah, it is.
So yeah, Gary. Maybe they could dabble in free agency and add like one piece in free agency. Yeah. Not this year because it ain't a good free agent market, but maybe next year. Yeah, they could add something and really become like a viable contender. But Daniel, it ain't next year because they're going to be likely without Tyrese Haliburton for the entire season, unfortunately.
Yeah, shout out to Joshua Mars pointing out that the Cavaliers could be back next year because they're not going to have to contend with the Pacers or the Celtics.
Yeah, no, for sure. The Cavaliers, to me, are my pick to get to the NBA Finals from the East, for sure. I think, look, taking nothing away from Indiana and their run, but I think if the Cavs were completely healthy, they would have won that series against Indiana. You can say I'm wrong, whatever. If they were completely healthy, I think it might have been a 7-gamer, but I still think the Cavs win that. So now Indiana's out of play with the Haliburton injury. Damian Lillard's out. The Sixers will never be healthy. Tatum is out for the whole playoffs. And then they're probably going to shed at least one big contract. The Cavaliers, to me, are the unquestioned favorite to get to the NBA Finals next year.
What about the Knicks?
Yes, the Knicks will obviously be there. I still give the Cavs, though, the advantage over the Knicks. If it's me, a pretty healthy, hefty advantage.
A healthy Cavs.
But that's just me. If you want to push back and say the Knicks, that's fine. I say the Cavs. But in terms of Daniel for Houston, yes, I know I'm still far behind these super chats. I think this one was sent. Let me just see here. At 11:07, it's 12:19, so I'm drastically behind on these things. Hopefully you're still on, and if you are, I've already talked in depth about Houston. Yes, I do believe they are a bona fide, realistic contender now. Vegas has them as the number 2 odds-on favorite to win the championship this year. I think I might have them as the number 2 odds-on favorite at this moment in time behind only Oklahoma City. So I align with Las Vegas in the early books on that one. So I do. I like Houston. We'll see what they do to fill it out. They really don't have to do much at this point. Just kind of maybe add a bench player or two just to fill out the roster. So, yeah, I like the move a lot from Houston. I would have liked it better if they retained Green, but it still is, I think, in the interim good. Look, I think Green, though, does become a star. So I think that you almost have to win a championship now if you're Houston to validate losing Green. Next in, we've got Will Ennen. Yep, that's right. Go ahead, Gary, with this one from Will.
2 rings for the bald white mamba.
Yep, he's, of course, referring to Alex Caruso, who won an NBA championship in the 2020 bubble with the LA Lakers, an unheralded, underrated aspect of that team, obviously, because he was anything but that on this team for this run, a massive contributor for Alex Caruso during this postseason. I don't think they get by Denver without him. And then he was big throughout other portions of this playoff run. He was steadying to them. Like I said, he was a calming influence in that first quarter to me when the Pacers came out on top early on in the first couple minutes, and he came in and hit 2 big threes right off the bat to kind of settle them down. Gary, did you want to add something there or no?
No, I'm good.
Okay, Jolly is back in yet again. Yet another regular here that is a repeat sponsor of us here in the lounge. Jolly, many thanks to you. Go ahead, Gary, with his most recent comment here.
Ifs, ands, or buts, that ending was made for a legendary Haliburton comeback that we are all denied. No, I don't know how you thought he would come back from a torn Achilles.
I think he meant if he did not pull the Achilles, that the Pacers would have won the game, I think is what he's saying. Because it was, look, I think it got as close, I want to say, as 11 with like 4-ish minutes to go in the fourth. And that, look, we've seen them do it like 5 times in the playoffs where they're down like 11, 12 points with like 3-4 minutes to go. And they go on this mythical run. And it ends with some Tyrese Haliburton magic. So I think that's what Joe.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
I was, I was watching with my wife who's rooting for the Pacers and bet money on the Pacers, and I'm rooting for the Pacers anyway. But I was rooting for them for her, and I even said out loud, I was like, oh, like that cuts it to 11. Like I was like, if Haliburton was in like this. You would this is his time now. Like, so even though it was cut to that point, that, amount of points, because it was 21 and it got trimmed down to like 11. But you just got the sense that like they didn't really have any shot makers at that point in time to really put it over the top. That could have been Haliburton. So
it's just another example of when OKC, when they have any kind of comfort, they let their foot off the gas. They were up by 20. And then in 2 minutes, it was cut in half.
Yeah.
They've got to fix that, or this is not going to materialize into a dynasty.
No, I do hear you. And I've been saying it throughout the playoffs, and we'll see if maybe it was just a matter of youthful exuberance and ignorance, and maybe that time and getting a full run under their belt kind of changes that in some way, shape, or form. Next thing, we've got Mark back in again. Mark, thank you again for all of your continued support of us here. Gary, what's this latest one from Mark say?
The NBA no longer has any aura, even for the finals.
Yeah, that was just kind of look. It was a 7-gamer, and it's the first 7-gamer since I would imagine since 2016, right? The Warriors and Cavs game 7.
Yeah.
Oracle. So it's been almost 10 years since there was a game 7 in this round. There's only been 20 overall. So there's been about 70 NBA finals since the ABA-NBA merger, or I guess no less, whatever, 50 NBA finals. Gary, I'm out of it right now. What's the math from 1976 to present?
That would be 40. It would be going on 49 years.
Okay, so 50 years. But you know what? It was called the NBA Championship, the NBA Finals, even predating the merger. So there's been roughly 69 to 70 or 71 finals. I don't know, because you know how the Super Bowl has the Roman numerals, so you kind of always know. The NBA Finals doesn't do that. I want to say NBA Finals history goes back to about 70 years. There's only been 20 Game 7s. So we got a Game 7 in this series. So you're prone to say, oh, see, this was a good series. This was a good, compelling series. But like, realistically, none of the games were really all individually that compelling other than Game 1, which was a total Thunder choke job. They were in complete command of that for the entire game until like the last 4 minutes. So, yeah, I hear you, Mark. We'll see. I hope that there could just be a better foil for Oklahoma City that could really be a contender against them next year in the playoffs. I think that would add some validity of some sort and some intrigue to it all. Next thing we've got Jose, who's probably going to say something else about how OKC stinks. And go ahead, Gary, with Jose's latest comment about how more than likely OKC stinks and is overrated.
Skap, stop with the biased commentary. OKC barely won. Indiana, the third best team in the NBA, took them 7. Jokic with a better whistle beats them.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with first of all, I disagree. The Pacers are like the 8th best team in the NBA, if that. I mean, I would say, look, barring injuries, look, we saw the weird things affect these playoffs. The Celtics, Cavs, Thunder, to me, Timberwolves, Lakers, Rockets. Like, I think all those teams are better just off the top of my head. Probably Golden State, too, at health. All better than the Pacers. So the Pacers are like the 8th best team in the NBA. But they didn't barely win. See, this is the problem, Jose. Through the Thunder's inconsistency and lack of desire to play up to their potential, they make you think they're not as good as they actually are. They make you think these series are closer than they truly are. 2 of these series went 7 games. Maybe you think they almost won. I never thought those series were in doubt. I'm a huge Jokic fan, as you know, and I never, ever got the sense, other than like for 30 seconds when they were up 9 with like 9 minutes to go in Game 5, did I ever think that the Nuggets had any semblance of a chance to win that series? And I never wavered. Did I ever waver on this series? I've come on every step of the way and said the Thunder this is just what they're going to do. Like after they blew Game 1, I begrudgingly admitted this thing was going further. When it was 2-1, I said, all right, it's going 7, but the Thunder are still going to win it. They just toy around with their opponents. It's disgusting, Jose. It's distasteful, but the Thunder are really that good because they can do that shit. That's how good they are. Like most teams can't no-show for 60, 70% of a series and still be NBA champions. But that's what they did because they are that good. Now, they didn't play to the potential, Jose, but they're going to win the championship next year. Just you wait and see. And that's not me as an Oklahoma City fan. But go ahead, Titan Moss 37 is in now. Titan, welcome in. Thank you, Titan Moss. And a totally different take altogether here to combat Jose's take from above. Go ahead, Gary. I'm sure you'll love to read this one.
Told y'all OKC would win. You should have had more faith, Gary.
Gary's had faith all along. That's obviously just a little tongue-in-cheek towards Gary. Gary, like myself, has been very confident throughout the course of this entire series that it was never in doubt, even when it was 1-0, 2-1, 3-3, never in doubt. Oklahoma City always really in control, Titan Moss. And I know that's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek comment by you, but it is pretty much true. Like this series was never truly in doubt in my estimation. We've got next in James Inho, if I'm reading that right. James Inho's in next. If I am reading that right, if not, I do apologize. Thank you very much
James Inho.
for coming in. And Gary, what does James have for us?
Anyone from the game you'd call penis ass.
I don't think any individual player. I mean, sure, you can look at some Pacer players. Aaron Naismith, 1 of 5, 3 points in 30 minutes. You got
just the Pacers to turnover ratio in the third quarter.
Yeah, I mean, their third quarter in general, they lost the third quarter 34-20. They were up 1 at halftime. They lost the third quarter 34-20. While I was watching it, I was texting a friend who also bet on the game for the Pacers. And Cynthia, my wife, obviously, They were both money line, by the way. They didn't take the points. So Mrs. Attack put her money where her mouth was. She went money line, did not even want the points. So my friend, one of my best friends, we were texting. He had money line for the Pacers as well.
What's the difference?
Oh, Gary, money. So when you take the points, the line is basically like around plus 110, plus 120, which let me explain to you what that means, all of you out there who aren't adept bettors. If it's like plus 110 or plus 120, if you take the points, that means you get the 7 or 7.5 or whatever, 6.5, whatever it was. But if you put like a hundo on it, Gary, so you lose the 100 that you give, then the plus 120 means you get 120 back. So you would give 100 to make 220 essentially, right? So you basically a little bit more than double your money. Conversely, the Thunder were like minus 90. So that means you put 100 down to win 90. So if you put 100 down, you lose the 100, but then if the Thunder win, you get 190 back if you're laying the points. But the money line eradicates the points. So you just have no points. You go straight up. So in this case, the Thunder being a big favorite, they become even longer odds. They're like minus 300. So you put 100 up, or you have to put 300 up to win 100. So if you wanted to win 100 on the Thunder money line tonight, you got to put 3 bills up. So you lose the 300, you take 400 back. Conversely, for the Pacers money line, they were like, I think they were like 250 or something like that when we bet it, or maybe a little bit more.
So if you put
1,000
down, you would win 2,500.
Correct. Yes, that's what that means. Correct. So like that. So, but you got to have stones. You got to have the cojones for that, Gary, because you don't get any points. So you got to really think the Pacers aren't just going to hang in this. They're going to freaking win it. So when I was watching for my wife who had money line, for my buddy that had money line, I'm like, I'm talking out loud with my wife. I'm texting with my best friend, one of my best friends, and I'm like, yo, got to be under 10 going to the fourth. It's got to be like 9 for the 8 or 9 for them to get a look, and it was 13 at the end of the third. So I'm like, well, like this doesn't look good, but like they got to come out. If they come out strong for the first 3 minutes and go like 5-1 on them and chip into it real quick, right, you can get a look. It was 9-0 Thunder to start the fourth. So, that takes the 13 point up to over 20, and like realistically it was over at that point.
So even if somebody bet on the Pacers and took the points, they still would have lost because OKC covered.
Correct. So yeah, you weren't winning, even if they wanted to hedge and just take the points. Like it wouldn't matter. The line opened at 8.5 immediately. 2 nights ago. It got bet down all the way. It was 6.5 at one point. Okay. So there was a lot of money on the Pacers. To have a line shift 2 full points, it was right at 7 at tip, so it went back up by a half a point. But to have 2 full points in movement in like 2 days, there was significant money on the Pacers, I think, in this game, especially from the sharps. So, but yes, James and Gary, I would agree that the Pacers turnover was heinous ass in this one, but that's about it. Really, nobody else was heinous ass, I don't think. We've got Stephanie back in. What is up, Stephanie? Again, thank you so much for coming in here and supporting us. I do appreciate you. Gary, what's Stephanie's latest one have for us?
I agree with everything, Skap. Which one do you respect more playoff run-wise, this Thunder or last year's Celtics? Also, with Durant, can Houston challenge OKC?
Yes, again, I'm still so drastically behind on this. Still an hour just about. Stephanie sent this at 11:30. It is now 12:30. So hopefully Stephanie's still on and with us. I still have over 300 people in here. So hopefully all of you faithfuls that have been super chatting me are going to be on here with me to hear me answer and respond to all of these before the night ends. And thank you again for your support, Stephanie. And that's a great question. This is the thing. I have such minuscule respect for the Celtics. I've been talking shit on Boston for years for being just choke artists. And then for the Thunder, I had a lot of respect for them throughout the year. But I have more respect for the Celtics playoff run last year. At least they took care of business. They got easy, lucky breaks too. They got an easy field and an easy path, just like the Thunder. And then all of those players on those teams got hurt too. But at least the Celtics, I think they lost 3 total games last year. They at least went 16-3. The Thunder lost 7 games. 7. You're dogs. You're rats. Dogs, I love dogs. I don't even want to give them the respect of calling them dogs. They're rats. I even like rats too much, quite frankly. I love animals, even like rodents and roaches. I'm one of the guys where if I see a roach in the tub, Gary, I will scoop him up and take him outside and set him free. I literally cannot harm a fly because I love all animals. So I feel like I'm giving rats and bugs even, like the only bugs I will kill are mosquitoes because I live in Florida and they hunt me. I swear.
Right.
Mosquitoes. So maybe I should call the Thunder mosquitoes because they're the only thing that I don't really like.
Fleas?
Well, yes, please, because I don't want them to affect my best friend.
Your dog, right.
Yes, my best buddy. So maybe that. But yes, so I think, Stephanie, this is a great question. While I don't respect the Celtics historically, I respect their run last year more than I respect this Thunder run. So we'll see. But I do think that the Thunder are more well-positioned. Like, I thought the Celtics, that was pretty much it last year. I think the Thunder are just getting started. So I think they're going to win a lot more than that Boston team. And now Boston's likely done with the fact they're going to dump salary now this summer, and Tatum is missing a full year. So I think they are definitively done. And the Thunder, I do think, definitively are just getting started. And
inquiring minds want to know, are there any spiders that you would kill?
I mean, I don't really know what a brown recluse looks like. We do get them here in Florida. They're very poisonous. If they bite you, like you get like a flesh-eating virus almost. Like you start like wherever it bites, you starts like caving in. And then, of course, the legendary black, what is that? The black widow. What is it? Yeah, the black widow spider with the hourglass thing. Of course, you can die if you get bit by one of them. So if I saw a spider that would kill me in the house, I would probably kill that spider. But other than that, just regular run-of-the-mill spiders, no, I that's a catch and release situation as well. Like I catch and release all insects, even hornets, wasps, bees, whatever. Total catch and release situation. I go out of my way to not kill any bugs and to save them and to release them. I was a lifeguard for about 8 years of my life. If I was on the lifeguard stand and I saw like a bee swimming around drowning, I would get off the lifeguard chair, scoop him up in my hand, and like let him dry off, and then fly away. So no, I go out of my way to not kill anything. I love all animals, big and small, furry and otherwise. So yeah, I'm a bug guy too, I have to say.
I've had to scoop out many a beetle drowning in my cat's water dish outside. So I've done something similar.
Yeah, you got to catch and release. And then Stephanie, again, another question on KD and Houston. I do believe, and the more I think about it now, I'm actually talking myself into Houston even more. I think, like I said, they're the second odds-on favorite right now behind OKC to win next year. I think I like that placement for them. I say they're the closest thing to the Thunder, and they might look. I love Ime Udoka. I think Ime Udoka. What I've seen this postseason from Mark Daigneault, I put Ime Udoka well above Daigneault. I think Ime might be the best coach in the NBA. So to have him now with KD in the half court there and the defense that Houston showed that they could play this year, I think that maybe Houston is even closer. I think I saw today the Thunder were plus 220 to win the championship next year, and the Rockets were like plus 800, and they were the closest. I think that should be closer. I think maybe, fine, I'm okay with plus 220 for Oklahoma City, but I think the Rockets should be like plus 400. I think they should be closer. So it'll be interesting to see how they round out that lineup and see if Ime, look, a lot of guys want to play for Ime too. So see maybe who they can get on the cheap, like on the veteran minimum or like the mid-level exception or whatever. I'm going to be watching Houston pretty closely. I'm looking forward. I'll do a video on them, probably not tomorrow, but the day after. I'll do something on the Thunder in this finals run. But then sometime I will do a video soon on the full outlook for the Houston Rockets. Next thing we've got, oh boy, this is all running together. J Real the Hood's greatest. Am I reading that right? J Real the Hood's greatest. Am I reading that right, Gary? Do you think?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and read this one from J Real the Hood's greatest. Looks like it's a very, very favorable SGA comparison here. Go ahead.
I don't know if I can get behind this statement. You can only compare SGA 24-25 campaign to, I don't even feel right saying this. Do you want to say that, Jay?
Yeah, I mean, I disagree, Gary. Yes, he's saying that you can only compare this year for SGA to Jordan, which is to me pretty outlandish. But people are going to be doing this because he's a Finals MVP now. He's a league MVP. They won 68 games. They won an NBA championship. And Gary, I mean, just like I said, I don't agree with this. I think SGA is overrated now. I think he's reached overrated because of this. But this is the stuff that's going to happen, and it's only going to get more and more pronounced now. He's 26. They're going to win 3 or 4 titles, I think, in the next 7 years. He's going to win three or 4 MVPs during that span of time. You do the math, Gary. You have a 6'6" shooting guard on a defensively oriented team that plays good defense that's going to win 3 or 4 titles and 3 or 4 MVPs and lead the league in scoring a handful of times. Like, that's the comp. So, like, while I don't agree, that's the comp, unfortunately. That's why now I'll become anti-SGA and anti-Oklahoma City, because I fight against overrated players and overrated things. And I think SGA now is going to become overrated because this is what we're already getting. Like, he's 26 years old. This is his first championship. And already we have J Real the Hood's greatest saying Jordan comparisons. It's ridiculous. It's disgusting to me. And that's why I will have to be the check now against SGA.
I just mean going by the eye test when I'm watching SGA, and he's going to get better. And I like SGA just fine. I think he's got a very mature attitude. So I really like that about him. But as I'm watching these playoffs, I've never really seen that moment where he looks like he's just embodying Jordan or Kobe. And that's kind of like what I was getting, that he was comparing that SGA looks similar to Jordan on the court, which I just don't see any of that. And if he improves over the next 2 years, maybe he will get there. But from what I've seen, I think he's very good. I just don't see Kobe or Jordan-esque-ness when I'm watching him.
Now, and Gary, bear in mind, like, we didn't really start hearing about SGA till like 2 years ago. Like, this is his third year really in the spotlight. He was good. But he was good in his first couple years, but like not superstar status until 3 years ago, where he burst on the stage. Like, he's been in the league for a while. Next year is his 8th NBA season. So, like, I don't really know how much more we can expect. Like, I think he's already just about as good as we're going to see him be, quite frankly. But go ahead.
You know who was reminding me of Kobe? With the eye test, and maybe some of you guys are going to laugh, but I'm sorry, but a couple of years ago, Devin Booker was looking like Kobe. Like, when they went to the finals and they lost, and then even the next year when they lost to the Nuggets, didn't he hit like 12 straight shots in like the second and third? I remember he went on this crazy run. I'm like, is this guy ever going to miss? And then before you know it, they get KD and Bradley Beal there, and they suck. And I'm like, what happened to Devin Booker? I think Devin Booker could be really good.
Yeah, I've always liked Booker's game as well. He's 10 years in the league now. But he's been all NBA. He was all NBA first team one year. Back in 2021, 2022. He was all NBA first team. Then he was all NBA third team last year. I think honestly, he doesn't get enough credit, and people don't talk about him enough. I really like Devin Booker as a player, and I think he's actually underrated. So yeah, I mean that's.
I see a lot of people in the chat vehemently disagreeing with me, saying don't compare Booker to Kobe. Obviously, I'm not saying career-wise. I'm saying the moments in spurts, he looked like he was doing a great Mamba impression. Go back and look what he did in that Nuggets series. When the Nuggets won a championship in 23, they played the Nuggets in the second round, if I'm not mistaken. And look what Devin Booker – they didn't lose because of Booker. They lost just because the Nuggets were a far better team, but Devin Booker was going off. And I'm like, this guy is pretty scary looking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it. He's a 24 point per game regular season scorer, 28 point per game playoff scorer. So he ups his performance in the playoffs. And to your point, in the 2022-2023 playoffs, they played 11 games, and he averaged 34 points per game in that.
Yeah, so they're saying I'm gaslighting. No, I'm not saying I would be gaslighting if I said Booker was on Kobe's level. I'm saying that in spurts, he played aggressive and was explosive, similarly to how I saw Kobe at times. I'm just saying I never really saw a lot of explosiveness in this playoffs with SGA. I see a lot of consistency. He's good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to gaslight the chat. I'm just saying that when I'm looking at him, I'm just not. And that's the thing, is he's being compared to Jordan and Kobe. And I'm saying I just don't see that when I'm watching him. I see a very good, efficient player, but I don't see Kobe or Jordan. And maybe he would get to that. He is, like you said, he's young. He's got a lot of maturing to do, which is scary.
So SGA in that year, Gary, where they lost to the Nuggets in the semifinals, that was an 11-game run. So again, it's a smaller sample size, and it's unfair to SGA. But in 11 games that year, Booker averaged 34 points per game on 59% shooting. Like 34 points on nearly 60% for a 6'4" guard. Whereas in 22 games played in this playoff run, 30 points per game for SGA, but on 47% shooting, which is still very, very good. For a guard to be shooting 47% is very good, and scoring 30 points. But in the regular season, he shot 52% and scored 33 points per game. So he's actually dipped 3 points per game from the regular season to the playoffs. And he's lost like 5 percentage points on his field goal percentage in these playoffs. So again, he's not playing good defenses either. That's the point. Like if he was playing like tough defensive, like, okay, the Timberwolves, like, sure. Okay. I'll give you that one. But like, other than that, like he's not playing game busters defensively. Anyway, this is a ridiculous comment, I think, by Jay Real Hood is the greatest, but whatever. Thank you, Jay Real Hood is the greatest, for sponsoring us here tonight. I do appreciate you for that. MFO Gaming 8682 is in next. What does MFO Gaming have for us tonight, Gary? And thank you, MFO.
Skap, first off, I'm a big fan, and thanks for the content. Second off, this ring is the third lowest ring in weight behind the 24 Celtics and 20 Bubble Lakers.
Well, MFO, thank you for being a fan and for supporting me. I appreciate you very much for that. Look, in terms of are we talking like since 2000? Because I can go back, like if we're just talking about like the last 25 years now, so like this century, this is one of the worst. This is one of the worst championships we've seen in terms of the raw data of like their opponents, what their opponents conversely did to them based on their SRS rating, and then looking at the totality of like how many games they had to play and all that stuff. Yeah, it's one of the worst runs we've seen in recent memory. But if you're going back and looking back into the history of the NBA, there's a lot worse runs, like many worse runs. There's this mythology.
Since the merger, just to clarify, he said in the chat, since the merger, by the way.
Even since the merger, I challenge you guys to go back. There's a mythology established around great teams and great players. And to me, the 80s Lakers are probably the best team on paper. When you say that you have two top 5, 6, 7 players ever on one team, plus a top 50 third option in Worthy. And then you had other great, like Bob McAdoo, I think won 2 league MVPs. He was on some of those teams. So like, and then just the defensive counterparts that they had on that as well. And like just the other role players, like that team it's just so utterly stacked, the 80s Lakers. But look at some of their runs. Like look at the Western Conference they played in some of their runs. It's putrid. Like the opponents they played. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head, so I don't want to like just pull specific years out of my ass, so to speak here. But they have like 4 or 5 of the worst playoff runs ever. Like when you look at who their opponents were. Now there's some revisionism with them because Boston was so good, and look. The Pistons were so good, and then they played the Bulls and lost them. Like, they played great teams from the East, don't get me wrong. But when you look at their Western Conference pathways, it's just crap most of the time because that West was crap most of the times. So, like, I think it's unfair to say, like, it's the worst or it's the weakest. If you look at the totality of NBA history, there's been very bad runs in terms of the opponents. But in the last 25 years, I agree, MFO. But even if you expand back to 1976, which is the merger point, again, I challenge you. Look at all Kareem and Magic went to 9 finals together. They were 5-4 in the finals. So they won 5 championships and won 5 of the 9 finals that they went to because they did play very difficult opponents from the East. But I challenge you, go back and look at all 9 finals runs. Look at the 3 teams they played sometimes in the West. It was just pure trash. So, yes, in this century, I agree. But go back and look at those ones. I do take a look sometime when you have some free time. Justin Messenger's in. Welcome back into you, Justin Messenger. Many thanks to you and your ongoing support of us here throughout these playoffs. What does Justin Messenger have tonight, Gary?
OKC defense forced 6 turnovers and had 4 blocks in the fourth quarter. Points off turnovers, 32-10. Congrats to OKC. Like them or not, they're built to win for a while. Yes, and that's why Skap and I both were so adamant that OKC was going to win because of the way they're constructed and the way they play defense.
And look, I mean, there you have it. There is the final number. I've been saying 30 points. It's actually 32 points off of turnovers. So
yeah,
they scored 103 points and 32 of them came off of turnovers. Like, you can't do it. But again, easier said than done against this team. So I agree, Justin Messenger. Congratulations to that defense. Congratulations to Sam Presti. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is going to get all the credit. It ain't him. It is the defense. It's the build on this team. So I agree. Congratulations to the whole team and to Sam Presti who put it all
together. They win ugly. And that's why a lot of people don't like them because they don't have like a pretty style.
Next in, we've got Jeff Ray. Welcome back into you, Jeff. And thank you for being here. And thank you for supporting us. What's the question or comment here from Jeff?
I'm trying to figure out what that one word is supposed to be. I think it's a typo. Come on.
Respect. Yeah.
No, not that. Official dog MG or whatever. I'm trying to figure. Is that the officiating? I guess that's what
maybe, yeah.
Come on, give Jason Whitlock respect. Haliburton is the key to this game, and we all know it. Plus, the officiating was awful.
Jeff, again, thank you again. Jeff has been a very kind supporter of me as well, and also likes Whitlock. So yes, Whitlock is a big Indiana fan. He's been having me on after every Pacers win and trying to mix it up with me on his Pacers, about his Pacers. Look, I think, maybe the game would have been a little bit different had Haliburton not gotten hurt. I just don't, honestly, I quite frankly think that the Haliburton injury honestly kind of helped the Pacers more than it helped the Thunder. I think the Thunder kind of took a breath. I think they kind of took their foot off the gas. I think they kind of thought that they were just the game was going to be even easier than they expected when Haliburton got hurt, and the Pacers were the ones that came out and really punched him in the face after that injury and outplayed them in the first half. But in the second half, I mean, the Pacers, they couldn't put anything together offensively. It was just grasping at straws. It was hard to watch. Like, they couldn't formulate any bit of offense. The Thunder were just all over the place defensively, 32 points off of turnovers. And yes, the officiating is and seemingly will always be a point of conversation with this team. It doesn't bear itself out in the free throw discrepancy, at least not in this series. But yes, they do play very physical, and they could maybe be getting away with a lot of calls. Maybe the physicality is verging on illegality in terms of the way they're getting some of these turnovers. But you just got to find a way to not do it against this team. If you turn it over 20 plus times, you're not going to be able to win against this team. They're too good on the break when they get out, when you key their break. Next thing, we've got Vegas 96. Oh, by the way, real quick before we move on, Jeff, I've already been confirmed. I'll be on very early on in the show tomorrow on Whitlock's show, which is 11 a.m. Eastern Standard in the East Coast on his channel. So you can, of course, catch me there. I'll probably be on around 11:15 or 11:20, something like that. Vegas 96 is up next. Vegas 96, yet another regular contributor here for me. I appreciate you very much, Vegas 96. Gary, what does Vegas have for us?
Have you seen the episode of Pawn Stars with all the Kobe memorabilia for sale? Sad to watch the Pacers with no post-game offense, no post-game.
I have not seen the Pawn Stars episode. I don't watch much Pawn Stars. I am familiar with the show, so I'll have to, as a big Kobe fan, I'll have to look it up. My wife's company deals in comic books, paper money, I think coins as well, various collectibles, and sports memorabilia and cards. So she's kind of dialed into that circuit. So I'll have to see if she can locate that episode for me. I'll look into it. And the Pacers, again, they had absolutely no semblance of any offensive flow at all in the second half, primarily the third quarter into like the midpoint of the fourth. Then look, whatever, like it did get, it tightened up. The Thunder were chucking up garbage threes, playing into it, fouling the Pacers, letting them get back into it. It got to about an 11-point game at one point late in the fourth. But I really, just like I've never had this whole series, I never got any feeling like the game was ever truly in jeopardy. So yeah, the Pacers, they just did not have enough offensively tonight. Some of that could have been Haliburton, but I don't think so. I think it was just a matter of good OKC defense in the second half.
I found those episodes. They're right on YouTube.
Oh, okay, good.
So, yeah,
okay,
they're easy.
I'll have to go Google that Pawn Stars Kobe episode on YouTube and give that a look. STR Game Stakes, thank you so much for your generous and kind donation here to us on the lounge here in Skap Live After Dark, our last one of the playoff edition. We will be on during the draft at some point, either during or post, maybe both. Definitely on after. So look forward to seeing us in like 2 day. What is it? Monday right now, is it? Or
Sunday
Tuesday?
night. So it'll
Monday.
be Sunday night, Monday morning right now. So it'll
Okay.
be just like the finals pace. It'll be 3 days after. Yeah. So
right.
2 off days, and then we'll be back on the third day.
So we'll be back on to unpack the draft, though.
We'll be back Wednesday night.
Right, Wednesday night. But I think, though, most of the intrigue has probably been taken away because I do not think Giannis is going to get dealt now at this point, and Durant has already been dealt. So I think that really the trades were going to be the juiciest element of that. But still, it is a marquee, could be a historical draft. So we'll be on to discuss it and unpack it. But we've got STR Game Stakes, and thank you for your generous donation here for us. Gary, what does STR Game Stakes have here? Question or comment?
Top 10 players from 3,000, only catch they have to have been drafted in 2000 or after.
So I'm guessing that's top 10 players from 2000. The only catch being they have to have been drafted in 2000 or after. Wow, that's really putting me on the spot. I feel like I definitely would. I'd want to go and look through this better to get a better idea of it. I could look. I think for me, it would be Jokic would be the first name that would come to mind. Then look for me, I think still Giannis. I think Jokic and Giannis are the two best players drafted in the 2000s in my opinion.
Kawhi?
I think, look, you've got to put Durant, Steph, and LeBron in there somewhere. Like,
right.
Like wherever, whatever you feel about them, or whatever you feel about LeBron, like he's one of the 10 best players drafted in the 2000s. So so I've got Jokic, Giannis, then Curry, Durant, and LeBron definitively. All five of those guys, I think, are clear-cut locks there. I'd say Kawhi, yeah. I think definitely you can put Kawhi in there in his peak, and in the fact that he has 2 NBA championships and 2 finals MVPs, two Defensive Player of the Year awards, couple first-team All-NBAs, first-team All-NBA defenses. I'd say Kawhi for sure. That's 6 definitive guys.
Wade?
Yeah.
Wade,
I'd say Wade. He's got 4 rings. I'm sorry, 3 rings and one really good ring. Like one of the best finals performances I've ever seen. And then he's one of the best 3 or 4 positional players ever. So yeah, I'd say Wade's in there too. So that
Melo Anthony.
I mean, you probably would have to throw Melo in there. He's like 7th or 8th on the all-time scoring list, I think. So top 10 all-time in NBA scoring. Probably whatever, like a 15-time All-Star.
Chris Paul?
Yeah, I'd say Chris Paul is a good candidate to be in there as well. The point god, allegedly. I mean, he's one of the best, effective rated players. He's one of the best advanced, analytically rated players in NBA history, quite frankly, Chris Paul is. So yeah, I mean, he certainly would be in the running as well. I think these players we've seen, maybe like the Lukas and the Sheas, might be a little too young to start putting in there. Ultimately, one or both of them, I think, will be in the mix. Like if you look back in 3 or 4 years from now and ask me the same question, I think Luka and SGA will both be in that conversation as well. So hopefully we have named 10 players, STR Game Stakes. And thank you again very much for your generous donation to us tonight. I do appreciate you and the question. Mikey's in next. What's up, Mikey? Welcome into you. Thank you for being here and supporting us tonight. Gary, what is the question or comment from Mikey?
If you guys, we'd appreciate if you could refrain from using profanity on the super chats. But we definitely feel the sentiment here, though. This product is so effed. Foul baiting in a barrage of 3-pointers. Push back the 3-point line. What happened to the sport we love?
Yeah, I'll just take it down because of the F-bomb there, Mikey. But I do appreciate you coming in, and I do agree by and large with the sentiment of your comment there for sure. I mean, an NBA Finals game tonight, 40 3-point attempts by the Oklahoma City Thunder, 40 in a game where they made only 11. So 27.5%. SGA 2 of 12, and a lot of these were like in the 4th. Like they're up double digits, and they're just trying to haymaker these knockout blows by jacking these poop 3-pointers up. Like, what are you doing? So with these garbagey threes, and they were fouling the Pacers at the other end, they actually let the Pacers get back in the game, and it was like a close to a single digit out score again down the stretch. So yeah, I agree with you. And the SGA thing, while the free throws overall aren't a big glaring discrepancy, SGA does shoot a hell of a lot of free throws. Like there's no doubt about it. And he's willingly and intentionally just trying to get to the free throw line. I don't like that style of play. I didn't like it when James Harden did it, and I don't like it when SGA does it. But like you said, that's where we're at. I don't think – I've talked about this in excess before. We're 2 hours and 13 minutes into the lounge now, And we still have a plethora of super chats to get to. We're at 56 now on the night so far. Thank you guys all very much again for your kind support and generosity. So I need to get through these things. So I don't want to get on my soapbox now, but you don't need to make many rules changes. You have to, in my estimation, put hand checking back in and take out the zoning. If you just do those two things, I think you can, and just go a little lighter on the calls. Like if you officiate every team like you're officiating Oklahoma City, give every Oklahoma City the benefit of the doubt. If you're going to play that physical and mug people, just let them get away with it too. You'll get defense back in quickly into the NBA. I think that's really what we need to do. Next thing we've got Backpage Johnny Cage. In Backpage Johnny Cage, what is up, Johnny Cage? Welcome in. Thank you so much for your support here of us. Gary, what's the question or comment?
SGA is just like Steph Curry, bailed out in his team's first finals appearance because of the other team's star got injured. And we're going to go ahead and just skip that last comment there. I was talking about SGA and Steph Curry.
Yes, we will not get, I don't like the F-bombs. I don't like to get overly political either on here. So, but yes, I do agree. This ring does kind of feel a bit like Steph Curry's first ring, where Steph Curry, I thought, got an MVP he shouldn't have gotten that year. SGA got an MVP he shouldn't have gotten that year. And the Warriors won. Somehow they went 6 in that NBA Finals, despite the fact it was literally LeBron James and then Timofey Mozgov and
Matthew Dellavedova or whatever.
Matthew Dellavedova. Those were the two best players on the Cavaliers other than LeBron, because both Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love missed the whole series, and yet the Cavs were still up 2-1 in that series, and it still went 6. So, like, this does kind of reek like that first Curry one, but then look what happened with Curry. He went and won 3 more. He's got 4, and people think of Curry as a fringe top 10 player. That's going to be what happens with SGA. Mark my words. Agree with it or not, because I don't agree with Curry being a top 10 player. So I'm certainly not going to agree with SGA being a top 10 player, but that is the historical context that people will regard and hold him in, I believe, moving forward. So that is a good comparison. Next thing, we've got Mel Rainin, who did give us not quite back-to-back, but just gave us a little super chat here with no question or comment. So thank you so much for that. And then came right back in with another super chat with a question or comment here. So thank you so much for showing us the love here. I do appreciate you, Mel. And Gary, what does Mel have?
Hey, Skap, will Jokic be a GOAT? By the way, no greats flop. Jokic is the GOTE GOAT.
Look, I think Jokic is one of the best players I personally have ever seen. In my own lifetime, I didn't see Michael Jordan play until like 95. Like, I started watching the NBA in 93 and he was out. So he came back in like 95, 96. So I didn't see 80s Jordan. I didn't see first three-peat Jordan, but I did see the second three-peat Jordan. To me, prime Kobe was better than second three-peat Jordan. Now, that wasn't really prime Jordan. I think prime Jordan was the first three-peat, and that Jordan is the GOAT to me. But the best player I've ever seen with my own 2 eyes is Kobe Bryant. And then still, second three-peat Jordan is very high. Then, honestly, I think it might be Jokic. Might be the next best player I've ever seen with my own 2 eyes. And I don't know, Gary is not on screen right now. Hopefully he can hear me. KD might be the 4th best guy that I've seen with my own eye test. Hopefully you heard that high praise I gave KD.
Did you watch my video or not?
Yes, I did.
You did.
And I'll go back and comment on it as well, actually. I should have commented on it. I didn't.
You saw those highlights, right? How clutch he was?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes, I did.
And if you remember, Kobe loves to play one-on-one.
Right.
And he said that, the only guy who could probably beat me is Jordan. But he also said he had a hard time guarding Brandon Roy for some reason when he was before his injury. And he was also saying KD is like coming. like KD is like just something like we haven't really seen before, because he's kind of like Dirk and Larry Bird combined,
Right.
or something. And the guy just, when you watch those highlights from his 2012 finals, it was effortless, his ability to score. So if anybody could on an offensive level compete with Jordan and Kobe, I think it's Durant.
Right. And that's why, honestly, Gary, I put him up there. Like he's been in my top, like it's been like Jordan, Kobe, and Durant as the best players I think I've personally watched. But like now I do think I have Jokic above Durant. So like, look, is Jokic a GOAT? Yeah. Like he's the third. I've been watching the NBA religiously for over 30 years. And I'm telling you, he's a top 3 best player that I've ever seen. Like, yeah, he's one of the best players ever. He's a fringe top 10 player. By the end of his career, even if he wins nothing else, no more MVPs, no more championships, he's still a fringe top 10. I don't know. History will not regard him as such. I think historically, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander will be regarded as a higher tier player than Jokic because Shai has a team that's going to win more championships than Jokic. But Jokic is better than Shai. So, like I'm watching Shai right now in his 7th year. 7th year Jokic was better than 7th year Shai. 10th year Jokic this year is as good as anything I've seen. So I think, yes, he is one of the GOATs, like one of the greatest players I've ever seen. He's not, to me, if there's only one GOAT, then it's just Jordan. But if we're talking about the handful of greatest, Jokic is definitely that. Next, and we've got Roland Curtis off Vermont Avenue. That is very specific, Roland. So not just Roland Curtis, not any Roland Curtis. This is the one that is off of Vermont Avenue. For any of you out there that might know which Curtis this is, or Roland Curtis. Roland, shout out to you. Love the name. I'm a big fan of the name Roland. It's one of my favorite names. Duncan and Roland are my 2 favorite names that, like, if I could rename myself, I think I would be either Duncan or Roland. Awesome name, Roland Curtis. Thank you, Gary. What does Roland have for us tonight?
Roland Duncan sounds like a movie character's name. There you go. Can we have a new face of the NBA before LeBron retires?
I mean, probably not, Roland, like, because the NBA media and the sycophants and the Clutch Sports syndicate out there is just so overwhelmingly powerful. They will be continually pumping LeBron James, even though, look, he got passed by Anthony Davis a few years ago, in my estimation. Now, he is not even close to the best player on his own team. I mean, I don't think he's been the best player on his own team for 3 or 4 years, but now it's definitive. It's glaring. He's got a top 3 or 4 player on his team right now in Luka Doncic. So he ain't the best player on his team, and yet he's still going to be pumped by the media as the best player and the face of the NBA. It's just ridiculous to me. But because of the media power in pushing this guy, I think the answer, unfortunately, is no. Not because there aren't better guys than him, more fitting guys to be the face of the NBA, but because the media is unwilling. The media is the one that decides who the face of the NBA is, and the media is unwilling to remove that crown from LeBron's head until he retires. So unfortunately, Roland, I think that the answer is likely a no on that one. Next, and we've got Saggy Bones, and no need to hurry, Gary. Saggy Bones back in. Saggy, welcome to you. Love the handle. Thank you for sponsoring us here in the lounge. Skap After Dark. I do appreciate it. Gary, what does Saggy Bones have here?
Well, if you are going to use some profanity, this is the best way to do it. For the record, everyone, I'm going to be an a-hole. And Saggy Bones, I don't think your comment is a-hole-ish. It's just your opinion, which I don't think you're going to get a lot of argument here. The greatest athlete is Secretariat. It just takes some Google searches, and anyone will think that's a fair answer.
So I'm trying to see. I forget what it was. I'm not gonna Google it here, but there was something. ESPN or Time, somebody put out a list of the greatest athletes of the 21st century or something like that. And Secretariat was actually like pretty high on that list. I think Secretariat was like top 12 or something like that. So it's not an unfair thing to say. I think I'm just going to be talking out of my ass here completely, Saggy Bones, because I don't know really a damn thing about horse racing. I want to say, though, Secretariat won the Triple Crown, but not just that. When you look at like record times and stuff for those courses, the three courses being the Kentucky Derby, Preakness, and Gary, do you know what the third one is? It's escaping me. The Kentucky Derby, the Preakness, and
yeah, I actually don't know.
Okay, when you look at the record times for those three courses, still the three legs of the Triple Crown. First of all, it's very rare for a horse to win all three in the same year. Secretariat did it, but the times that Secretariat had in like the 70s are still the record times on those courses. So like in today's day and age where everybody is getting bigger, stronger, and faster, all these records are being broken. The sprinters, look at what the times are in the Olympics for like the sprinters today versus the sprinters 40 years ago. Like the times are much faster, but that horse still has record times on these courses, even all of these years later, and probably record margins of defeat, I would imagine, beating the opponent as well. So look, it's not an unfair commentary, Saggy Bones, but to me, the GOAT of GOATs is Tom Brady. I've mentioned it here. And look, that's in team sports, in North American team sports. I'm not going to get into soccer or whatever, Formula One or NASCAR or whatever. Baseball, professional baseball, basketball, football, and hockey. When I look at all of the players in all four of those sports in the team sports in North America, Tom Brady is the closest, most complete total resume that there's ever been, to me, that there ever will be. He has all of the counting stats, all of them. Good luck catching him in those, by the way. You have to average 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns per year for 20 straight years to eclipse him in the counting stats. He has all the wins, more wins than anyone regular season, playoffs, whatever. Good luck catching him in any of that stuff. Then he has won more Super Bowls by himself than any franchise in NFL history. Good luck with all of that. You're never going to get a combination of a guy who has all the counting stats, who has extreme peak dominance, who has the longevity metrics and is the GOAT at longevity too, and then is the best winner of anyone ever. There is no combination of all of those things in any of the other sports. In none of them. Nobody. Not Wayne Gretzky. Not Babe Ruth. Not Michael Jordan. Nobody. So to me, Tom Brady is that guy. And for those of you who did not know, Tom Brady did some competition this week. He did. Let me see if it's still up as one of the main stories on ESPN. It is. Brady wins inaugural Fanatics games. $1 million prize. So he finished atop the 100-person leaderboard. So it was a combination of former athletes, maybe current athletes, celebrities, and just regular fans. 100 people competed in this thing. There were like 8 different tasks, these were the things: quarterback skills, basketball shooting drills, soccer goal scoring, baseball pitching accuracy, a washer-dryer hockey shooting challenge, a WWE superstar entrance, and a UFC striking challenge, and a closest to the pin golf challenge. Those were the things. Tom Brady finishes number one atop them all. He is the GOAT of GOATs. There's nothing this guy can't do. He is, to me, the answer. But Saggy Bones, I won't push back too much on you on your Secretariat pick. Oh, we've got Jeff back in again tonight. Jeff, welcome back into you. What do we have from Jeff this time, Gary?
Well, just for the record, Jeff, I don't think Skap has ever said otherwise. He's saying, can you now validate Rick, I guess, Carlisle as a great coach?
For sure, Jeff. I mean, he did not get this ring, which would have, I think, made him Mount Rushmore. I think you could have argued him as one of the top 4 best coaches in NBA history if he won this championship to go along with his 2011 ring. But even without it, he still is an all-timer. Like Rick Carlisle to me is still a top 10 all-time NBA coach. He had a fantastic masterpiece of a playoff run this year. Just came up one game shy. And then obviously what he accomplished in 2011. In multiple stints, he's just a floor riser. He makes everywhere he goes, they get better. He hasn't been blessed with the Michael Jordans, Kobe Bryants that Phil Jackson got, or the 8 Hall of Famers along with Bill Russell that Red Auerbach got. He's more of like a Larry Brown type coach to me. Like Larry Brown only has the one title, but anywhere Larry Brown went, he made every team so much better. That's the way I think of Rick Carlisle. He's right in that same breath, in my estimation. We've got next in Steph, a longtime supporter of me from the really very beginning, as far as I'm concerned. So what does Steph have tonight for us tonight, Gary? Thank you, Steph, for your continued support here of us.
That was the worst finals game 7 I have ever seen.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't. I wouldn't say it's the worst. It wasn't. I thought it was at least kind of ratcheted up a little bit. It got a little bit competitive. You know, at the end, it was like, look, it was a 1-point game at halftime. The Pacers were actually up by 1 at halftime, and then they were hanging in there to about the midpoint of the third quarter, and then the Oklahoma City defense just got away with it. Like, it just is what it is. Like, they're just too much. And without Haliburton, like, it just was not going to happen tonight, Steph. I just want to mark where I'm at, though. Man, I'm still very far behind on these super chats. Holy crap. I keep getting further and further behind, guys. I apologize. I do want to jump ahead, though, briefly and just give my main man, Luke Jett, a shout out. I've been doing it anytime he comes in. I have to jump ahead and give him a shout out. Luke Jett, who works for Whitlock, that I got to meet when I was in studio in Nashville. Luke, congratulations to you. Luke is a big Oklahoma City Thunder fan. So you did it, you guys. You got the championship. Congratulations to you and your Thunder. And he has a message for me since I mentioned I was going to be. I've already been confirmed for a Whitlock appearance early on in the show tomorrow. So, Gary, go ahead and read this comment from Luke.
Give boss that smoke tomorrow, Skap.
You got it, Luke. You know I will. You know your main boy, Whitlock, is going to be pulling up his Pacers and saying they would have won if Haliburton didn't get hurt, blah, blah, blah. I will make sure he knows what it is. Gary, go ahead.
I got something to say. Luke, I want you to pass a little message on to Whitlock for me, since I've never talked to him. I cannot believe, especially being a Chiefs fan, this is a miscellaneous topic here, but this has always bothered me. He went on 2 years ago. Remember the epic choke job Lamar did in the AFC Championship game against Kansas City? Whitlock said, Luke, I want you to say, Gary828 is wondering why you went on Fearless and said, oh, this Baltimore Ravens is like the best defense since the 85 Bears. They're set to win the Super Bowl. And I'm thinking, and I don't study the game that closely. And I was just, for once, I'm in agreement with Nick Wright. I'm listening to Nick Wright, and he's the only sensible media figure talking about how the Chiefs are going to win the Super Bowl this year. Everyone else was picking the Ravens, even Jason Whitlock. I don't understand it. You, Skap, you didn't pick the Ravens to win 2 years ago, did you? And I was just so surprised because Whitlock is such a big Chiefs fan. So I just don't understand that. And I have to say, I can't really take his sports pick seriously anymore since he made that pick. I can't. He's no longer credible to me.
Here's the thing, though, with that team. That Ravens defense was historical. They were the number one team in the league defensively that year. They were the only team in NFL history, I think, to lead the league in turnovers and sacks. And they were, in terms of like yardage allowed, they were the number one team that year. That was one of the best 10 defenses, single season defenses of all time. The reason I did not pick them, and the reason I will never pick Baltimore, is because Lamar Jackson is a bum. He is a choking bum. And I don't care how great the guy looks in the regular season, he's an absolute dog when it matters most in the playoffs. That's the reason I picked against them this year. I picked the Bills to beat them this year. And I just like I picked the Chiefs to beat them the year before because only Lamar Jackson is a loser. So that's pretty much why I just will never pick them, Gary.
I said the day of, I made a post because I wanted people to see it before the game. I said playoff experience trumps regular season dominance. And I said, I don't understand why everybody thinks the Ravens are going to win. A banana in toast to the to the Chiefs upset. I'm sure Whitlock was happy that the Chiefs won. I just don't know why he was just like, I mean, I could have seen if he was like, yeah, it's going to be a tough game for the Chiefs and Ravens. And, you know, I want the Chiefs to win, but I think the Ravens may edge them out. He was confident the Ravens were going to win. And I never understood it. So, Luke, if you could pass that on to Whitlock.
Gary, I'm sure Luke will not be passing on tomorrow at least because Whitlock will be too busy pontificating about his Haliburton injury and his Pacers about how they should have won the championship and how they were better. It's just a smoke show. It was Oklahoma City. I will be plugging, Luke, as I always do, the dominance and excellence of Oklahoma City, even though I don't like their character all the time and their level of focus and consistency. But when they really want to ratchet up the defense and dial it in, they're damn good and nearly unbeatable in my estimation. We've got DSP Historical Society who won a little coin. We were talking about betting earlier. Again, bet responsibly, everyone out there, and in whatever markets that it is legal, of course. But DSP Historical Society, Gary, he got a little payday tonight. Go ahead and read his.
I won $300 parlaying OKC and the under.
Shout out to you, DSP. Good for you. You got OKC. You got the under. Congratulations. I like both of those reads tonight. You probably could have gotten. You probably could have went money line with it. If you didn't, if you went just straight with the line and the under, even better. I like what you're putting down there for sure. Okay, we've got next in Just a Messenger, and I hope you guys are still here. I am pretty far behind on these super chats, so I do apologize. But we just don't want this to end, guys. It's the last Skap Live After Dark session of this playoff run, so we just don't want it to end, I guess, and so it probably won't. I'm going to be reading these all night. We've got like 60 of these things in now. I'm working my way through still. Just a Messenger. Welcome back in yet again to you, Gary. What's this one?
Let's get to 100 super chats. And Skap will gladly, proudly stay here until 6. We've never made it to the 6 a.m. mark on the East Coast. So, yeah, we're going to go for that tonight. I'm just kidding, guys. I better shut up because Xavier's in here, and he could throw a whole bunch of different scenarios at us. All right. Since 2018-19, 7 seasons, Durant, Westbrook, and Harden have played for a total of 14 teams. Crazy that they were once teammates.
That is a crazy stat. Like, I know they've obviously jumped around a lot. I know they've each played for like 4 or 5 teams, but you're right. The fact that they were all drafted by the same team and that they're such high-level players, like typically you don't see great players. LeBron, of course, made that fashionable. Typically you don't see great players jump around a lot. Like, if you are truly a great league MVP caliber player, you just stay with one franchise. Now, obviously with Harden, it wasn't going to happen because there wasn't enough. Look, say the buffet king, James Harden, Jimmy Larden, who's eating his way out of like 2 or 3 different NBA cities now. There wasn't enough to go around to feed all 3 of those guys in one city. So I think Harden, they were never going to necessarily keep all 3 together. But the fact that he didn't just then stay with Houston then for the rest of his career, that he's bounced around. You're right. It's very unique and rare that 3 great players that were drafted by the same team, actually, too. That makes it even crazier. But now they've played for so many teams in not a lot of time. Since that's 7 seasons. That's like that. That is a crazy little little factoid, just the messenger. And you know how I love my factoid, so I appreciate that. All right, John Ratcliffe is not going to let the Joe Hendry commentary die down just that easily. He's back in, talking more about Joe. Go ahead with John's latest comment, Gary.
Joe Hendry is so popular, he works for TNA Wrestling. This year alone, he appeared at both the WWE Royal Rumble and WrestleMania as TNA World Champion.
John, I don't know what any of that means, really, but you've got my word. I'm going to look into it. I'm going to find out who this Joe Hendry guy is, and I will watch some stuff on YouTube. You've got my word. And now, Gary, you mentioned, look, what'd you say? Joe Hendry. What's the thing? Say Joe Henry's name and he will appear. Gary, you said Xavier DeGod.
We said his name. Yeah.
You said Xavier DeGod's name, and now he appears. Here he comes. The very next one, and there's back-to-back here.
I believe in Xavier because I said his name and he appeared. We've said Joe Hendry multiple times. Where is he? Is he in your room? He's not in mine.
I don't see him. It's just me.
Joe Hendry is a fraud. What a liar. All right, we've got Xavier. What's up, man? Skap, I thought he was Commissioner P-Head.
Yes, Xavier, it's true. I, in past videos, have referred to Commissioner of the NBA Adam Silver as Commish Penis Head. It's true. I'm not proud of myself. And in my push to become a little more legitimate, I'm trying to remove. I don't swear or curse or say many bad or foul language things in my videos, and I try to retain that in these in these live streams. But I feel like since I talk so much about the NBA, as I get more volume of followers and views and stuff, if I ever got on the actual NBA's radar and Adam Silver ever saw any of my stuff or ever heard that, oh yeah, this guy with whatever, a couple 100,000 subscribers, maybe down the road, if I get to that level, is referring to as Commissioner Penis Head, that they might try to, deplatform me in some way. So I'm trying to clean it up a little bit, but not too much, because I still call him Nosferatu and Gargoyle. So maybe next year I'll try to remove all of that too, but I wouldn't hold my breath for that one. We've got Xavier back-to-back, and actually 3 of the next 4 is Xavier, actually. So we've got a couple inbound from Xavier. I'm sure there will be more coming from Xavier. No doubt about that in my mind. But, Gary, what's the second one here in a row from Xavier say?
I think the Rockets mess up getting old man KD.
Look, again, I'm not crazy about losing Jalen Green, but I do really like the move. I like the addition. Him and Udoka have a history. KD and Udoka were in Brooklyn together. So I really respect Ime. I love Alpert Schengen and I love Amen Thompson. So just the whole team is just built well structured. They're a very sound defensive team. I think they just needed that one operator in the midcourt. Now look, you got to keep KD healthy. So you're probably gonna have to play him 50, 55 games during the regular season. And then just hope that you are high enough in the seeding. Hopefully you still can get to the 2 or 3 seed with no Jalen Green and with 50 games of Kevin Durant. But if you get Kevin Durant into the playoffs healthy, I think Houston could get to the Western Conference Finals next year. So I actually do like it, Xavier. Okay, before we're going to take a quick Xavier respite. He will be back with the next one. But we've got Minecraft for Life Sports in next. Minecraft for Sports, thank you so much for your donation here to us and your support. I appreciate you so much. Gary, what does Minecraft for Life have?
Love your channel, Skap. Absolutely gutted for Haliburton. Wanted to know your opinion on MI Final Reckoning. I didn't really get a sense of closure.
Well, Minecraft for Life, no, thank you for supporting my channel so much. And I, again, echo it. If you're just joining us, we're getting pretty deep into the lounge here. We're 2 hours and 43 minutes in now at this point. It is 1:30 a.m. where I'm at. But again, I'm here for the long haul until I read all of these super chats. And with great questions such as this is why I'm so far behind on these super chats, because I just can't help but spend time on these. I too am gutted for Haliburton. Prayers for Haliburton. Wishing him a speedy, hopefully, and quick and full total recovery. Hoping that I'm wrong. It's not an Achilles. It looks like that's exactly what it was. And if it is the worst that we're expecting, that hopefully he does somehow make a complete and full recovery in the future. Absolutely gutted for him for sure. And my final reckoning, look, you obviously know the channel. You know me because I love Tom Cruise and I talk about Tom Cruise all the time. And I make no apologies for that. Damn it, he's the greatest movie star of all time. And I love his entire catalog by and large. For the last two, Final Reckoning and Dead Reckoning, not the biggest fan, though, of those two. I really have a lot of nostalgia for one. I really love one. Did not care for two at all, even though Tom's hair was fantastic. In two, I think we can all agree on that. The best Tom Cruise hair in the entire 8 Mission Impossible films is definitely two. But other than that, that's the only good thing about two. That one stunk, in my opinion. 3, underrated, with Philip Seymour Hoffman, maybe the best villain of the whole franchise. Philip Seymour Hoffman as Davian, whatever his last name was in that one. But I think probably he was the best villain. And there are some gripping, compelling scenes in that movie. It begins, the way that, watch Mission Impossible 3 if you haven't. The opening sequence, they start like halfway through the movie, is Davian, Owen Davian. Owen Davian is the name of Philip Seymour Hoffman. Is this like, whatever, the villain of that film, and he's trying to get Tom Cruise to steal him the MacGuffin of the film is the rabbit's foot, which they actually tie in to the Final Reckoning, that MacGuffin. But in order, the first sequence of the film is he's got Tom Cruise's wife at gunpoint, like chained to a chair, and he's having this, like, he's counting to 10 basically for Tom to confirm that he actually got the real rabbit's foot and delivered it to him. And the scene is so good between Philip Seymour Hoffman and Tom Cruise. Just so utterly gripping and compelling. That's the first scene of the film. So underrated in 3. And then to me, 4, Ghost Protocol, best of the whole franchise. Loved Ghost Protocol. And then really loved 5 and 6 as well. So those 3, 4, 5, and 6, I think are the best 3 for sure. And then 7 and 8, Final Reckoning, Dead Reckoning. I didn't think they quite met the level of 4, 5, and 6, but still very good films. In terms of closure, though, Minecraft for Life, I didn't get a sense of closure either. I was personally, I don't want to give a spoiler on, I was expecting Ethan Hunt's character to perish at the end of the film. So spoiler alert, guys. If you want to see it, just mute me right now real quick. If you haven't seen it and you're curious, Ethan does not die at the end. And not only that, he's like not even retired really. He just like vanishes into a crowd. I'm like, oh, might there be more Mission Impossibles? So I get the sense that it might not be over, even though it's called Final Reckoning. So we'll have to see Minecraft for Life. I'm not sure. I agree with you. I did not get a sense of closure. It was okay. It was a typical run-of-the-mill, very entertaining, well-crafted Tom Cruise movie, but it wasn't like, I didn't think it was as good as like some of the other ones in the franchise. Okay, now we've got Xavier back in.
Wait, hang on, Skap. We're gonna jump down a few to Ale because she's actually about to head off to bed and wanted to get to her real quick. Then we'll go back up to Xavier.
Now wait, who are we jumping to?
Ale, ALEEE. Like it's like 3 or 4 down from Xavier, I think. It's a yellow one for $9.99.
Well, if Ale was going to bed, probably already asleep because this is from
no, she's in here now.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay,
so you know what? I don't know if it's a she. Why did I get that impression that it was a she? I'm not quite sure. But anyways, here we go. We'll just bump this up so that you can, before you head off. They say, what's up, Scat Watch? Your video join lives here. Wait, I'm confused. Your vids join lives here, and I'm there. I'm a watcher, not chatter. But since finals are done, just want to say thanks. Even when being unbiased hurts, huh? But respect that about you. Much love.
Ale, thank you so much for being here all the way through. And again, I just want to, I really do just want to echo this comment. Like we have 3,000 comments now in this chat, in the live chat. So I can't just feature every single one. Obviously, it takes me over 3 hours to get through just these super chats. And those are the ones that I feature and put up there. But I do see the activity. I see the engagement in that live chat. I go after these end. I go and read large portions of the live chat area. So I see your guys' comments. I see the participation. So it has nothing to do with the donations, the super chats. I'm just so thankful for everyone that's out here, everyone that's been watching and come along with me for this whole ride through these playoffs, and moderator Gary, formerly known as moderator Gary, now Gary the Gaslighter. We just appreciate you guys all so much. So thank you for being here all the way through these playoffs, and thank you for obviously your kind donation tonight, and thank you for staying with me for 3 hours tonight. And now hopefully you can get to sleep now, and I will be doing something moving forward. We will be back in like 2 or 3 days for the draft. So the 25th, Wednesday, the 25th, will be on that night after the draft. I might come on sometime during, depending. Maybe Gary will be on at some point as well, definitely afterwards. So you guys can come back on if you want then and see me then. And then I will be doing some kind of live show sometime of the day, I think, moving forward. I'm going to take a little break. I'll take like a week or 2 or 3 break. Then I will format some kind of a show that will be semi-weekly live on here. So I'll get all the details out there. You guys I'll do a video about it, maybe just talking about it, and I'll talk about it in my little community feed thing as well. But guys, thank you so much for everything throughout these playoffs, Ale, and hopefully you can get some sleep now, Ale. Thank you again. Okay, so let's jump back up now to, is this the one from Xavier that we left off on?
Yeah. Yep, that's it. It says Harden, Westbrook, and KD have been on the Rockets now.
True. That's true. So it gets even weirder. Not only were they all drafted by the same team, not only they all played for like over a dozen teams each, they've all played now for Houston. That's weird. This is just weird. These are weird coincidences. Harden, of course, famously was on the Rockets for several years, won a league MVP there. Russ was, after he had already, he was already kind of on the decline when he went. And now KD, look, he's 37 next year. He's still playing at a very high level. He was still over 25 points per game and over 50 and 40 from the field and the three-point line this year. It's like his 4th year in a row or something ridiculous doing that straight. It's like the most times ever consecutively in an NBA career to do it. So he's still playing at a very, very high level. He's not prime anymore, but like he's still, I think he can still lead the team in scoring really if he wanted to. I mean, Alperen Şengün probably is going to be more of their feature, and Durant will play off of him. So I don't know. It'll probably be close. I think both those guys will score like 24, 25 points per game, but Durant could lead the team in scoring if he wanted to. Okay, next we've got actually back-to-back from Fernando Lopez. So Fernando, thank you very much. Fernando, who is a regular and a very kind sponsor to us here and has been. So thank you very much, Fernando. And Fernando has back-to-back here. So let's go ahead and sink our teeth into these next two from Fernando. Gary, what's this first one say?
Love your content and constantly sharing your stuff. Time for the true American pastime, Major League Baseball. Who is your MLB GOAT? Mine is Willie Mays or Babe Ruth.
Fernando, I'm going to come right back to you. Actually, let me answer this one real quick, and then we're going to jump to something else real fast, and I will be back for Fernando's second one. So thank you so much, Fernando, for your ongoing support and kindness for me here. And yes, baseball, Major League Baseball, I'm more of a playoff for hockey and baseball. I'm more of a postseason watcher. I don't watch much of the regular season stuff like I do in the NBA and the NFL. For the MLB GOAT, look, I know this is going to be an unreasonable take by me. It's not going to be a popular take. I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, as you guys know. I talk about it a lot. The last time the Pirates were any good was when Barry Lamar Bonds was there. I am a humongous Barry Bonds fan. Yes, I know all the steroid stuff. Yes, I get it. Yes, I understand. Barry Bonds, though, still, even without, if you cut off the years, the federal government did a probe into Barry Bonds, and they speculate exactly what year he started using. If you just cut off his career from that point on and take it all away from the years that he started using steroids, and it's just the years before, he's still a top 10 all-time player easily. Like the guy, it's crazy how great Barry Bonds was, in my opinion. The fact that they blew, that Dusty Baker blew that World Series, I think in 2002 against the Anaheim Angels. It's a travesty that Bonds doesn't have that World Series. I still probably can't call Barry Bonds the GOAT. He is my favorite baseball player, probably. He is a top 3 all-time player, in my opinion. But I'm with you. I think I would probably go with Willie Mays. Like if you forced me to pick a player, I would probably say Willie Mays. The Pirates were obviously very good in like the 70s, the 60s, 70s. They have a couple legendarily great players during that era of time, but that's before my time. That would obviously be like my dad's time. My dad, who is a big Pittsburgh Pirates fan when he was growing up, and then became a huge Steelers fan. I have talked a lot about my personal life from time to time on here. I talk a lot about my mom and dad on here as well. I don't know if they're even awake some of the time. They watch all the time, though. I mentioned them like 1 or 2 shows ago. I talked a lot about both my mom and dad, and I don't think either one of them was awake for that portion of the show that I was watching. They definitely start every live stream, and they watch most, if not all of them, for the entirety of them, unless they might fall asleep at some point. But my dad is on right now. So I want to jump ahead to my dad, who just figured out he watches all of them, but he just now has figured out the super chat thing. So he's in on a super chat. This is my dad, Bob, who is calling himself the original Skap, which is fair because his nickname in high school, well before I was a consideration, was Skap. So this is in fact the original Skap, Bob, my dad. So welcome in, Dad, to the lounge. I know he's here all the time anyway, but an official and warm welcome in. Gary, go ahead and read the super chat from Bob here for us, aka the original Skap, my dad.
Salute to Mr. Bob, to Mr. Skap. The original Skap. The third leg of the Triple Crown is the Belmont Stakes. And I actually looked that up and was going to blurt it out, but you were talking about Tom Brady, so I was like, I don't want to interrupt.
So there we go. Bob, aka the original Skap, my dad, comes in and checks us. That he watches these races too, these horse races as well. So there you have it. He got in on it. He's a big sports fan. Huge Steelers fan throughout my life, my formative years. Like the guy, he got me into the NFL, really, and why I became a big football fan. Like I said last time when I was talking about him, and my mom was really, while I kind of just found the NBA on my own, my mom became a big NBA fan then, kind of because of me then, in the early 2000s. So both my mom and dad are big. My mom a big NBA fan. My dad just a big sports fan in general, primarily football. He likes football and then baseball and hockey. He watches like the local, so he likes the Pirates, the Penguins, and the Steelers. Well, he too is a little just like me. Like I've talked how I've become a little disillusioned with the Steelers and lost a little bit of my luster with them because of the bumbling idiocy of the franchise and the moves that they've made, primarily in keeping Mike Tomlin on board for this long. He too is kind of like a Steeler hater now, almost like me. And we're just both waiting idly by for some kind of change. But imagine him who, like I said, was in the heyday of the Steelers. And now, Dad, now that you're on, I know you weren't on last time when I was talking about it, I don't think, when I was talking about you, but help me with this one. You could just text me, actually. I've got my phone here handy. I said that you had Steelers season tickets for a number of years, like before I was born. And I said that you were at one of the original Super Bowls. I speculated that it was Super Bowl 9, which would be when the Steelers beat the Minnesota Vikings, the Purple People Eaters there. I think it was like 16-6 or something. The Vikings had like under 100 yards of total offense. I think Franco was the Super Bowl MVP in that one. It was played in New Orleans, and I'm pretty sure that's the one that you were at. But it could be Super Bowl 10, and I might have got it confused. So please fact check me. You can just text message me now. If you get that, if you're still on here, I'm sure you are, because you just sent this a couple minutes ago. But okay, let's jump back. Oh, wait, actually, while I'm down here near the bottom,
I have a quick question for Mr. Bob.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
And possibly for you, if you've seen it, what the heck do you think about the effort from Pittsburgh Pirates outfielder Odell Cruz, who missed the hit that rolled under his glove, and he stood and watched it roll to the wall? Did you see that play?
I must be honest, Gary, I didn't, but I know my dad did, because he watches all of the Pirates games.
So I'm interested if he could text you, what's his opinion of that play? I bet he's pretty heated about that.
I'm sure he will be. He's not very pleased with the Pirates this year. While I'm down here, though, I do want to get back to Ale or Ailey one more time, because we know that Gary, you have maybe misgendered Ailey. We don't know.
We don't know.
You presume that this Ailey was female, but this could be a male. So we don't. So since you've misgendered Ailey potentially, I want to give them another warm shout out. And since we know they're going to bed shortly, but they did drop us something else to follow up the last one. So go ahead and read that one while we're down here real quick too.
Do you believe GM is going to get a statue next? See, I get boiled just thinking about that. Next to Kobe, it feels wrong, but I have a feeling it's going to happen. Are LA fans going to accept it or vandalize it? I hope they knock it down. Yeah,
I think they're going to vandalize it. I don't think they're going to accept it. The fact that Kobe had to wait, Kobe retired in 2016. So that's like a decade ago, and he died. And he still had to wait until this past year to get a statue. Unacceptable. It's ridiculous, preposterous. Like, Kobe should have had a statue within a year after he retired. And then, if not that, like a month after he passed away. And yet this bumbling, inept loser franchise led by these idiot bus children. It's just unbelievable that Kobe had to wait this long. Then when they have 3, they don't have the other 2 ready. They put the one up, and there was like 4 misspellings and errors on it. Seriously, do better, LA Lakers. Now, hopefully that the bus idiots have sold the team. Hopefully this new guy will not be giving LeBron a statue outside Staples. That would be my hope. And if they do, hopefully if they do, which I don't think they will now at this point, if they do, hopefully it does take some vandalism from the LA faithful, the true LA fans. Okay, wait, hang on, Gary. Before we jump back up to Fernando Lopez, which we're going back up to you, Fernando, my dad has texted me. He says, you are correct, sir. Sat on the 20 yard line, 20 rows from the field. So that's at the Super Bowl 9 Super Bowl that the Steelers won their first Super Bowl against Minnesota in New Orleans. Would have benched Cruz then he says, so there you go. So he confirms the Super Bowl 9. Then he said he would have benched Cruz for a week and fined him too. Bum. That's his comment, Gary, on your question. So there you go, from the original Skap. And then also he says season tickets. He was a season ticket holder through all 4 Super Bowls. So through the 70s, he had season tickets for 10 years. So I was then born in the mid, I guess more of the early 80s, but I'm just going to say the mid 80s to make myself feel better and younger. I was born in the mid 80s, if you will. And of course he didn't have them then when I got, so I become a huge football fan, a big Steelers fan and he didn't have those. Now the Steelers season tickets to get them is like some outrageous 30-year wait or something like that. But my dad was lucky enough to have them through the golden era of the Pittsburgh Steelers, the dynastic 70s Steelers. And during that time when Pittsburgh was known as the city of champions, that's when the Pittsburgh Panthers were very good during that span of time, and the Pittsburgh Pirates as well were very good during that time. So that was back in better, brighter times for my Pittsburgh city, my city of former champions. And we had a couple good runs. We squeaked out a couple more Super Bowls since then, and then the Penguins won 4. So the Penguins have won 4 since like the 90s. So at least we got that. But it's just we just haven't rekindled. We need to get rid of Tomlin and rekindle. Find a way back to being perennial Super Bowl contenders, not just a team that's satisfied with winning half of their games. That's not what the Pittsburgh Steelers are all about. Anyway, back to Fernando to add to his MLB question, which we just answered, Fernando. I do agree. I'd say probably Willie Mays might be my answer for the MLB GOAT. Gary, but what is this follow-up question from Fernando Lopez?
To add to my MLB question, why don't NBA and NFL respect their older players, instead calling them plumbers and unskilled, whereas baseball holds them in the highest regard? Ruth Gary Clemente.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think I want to say I'd say the NFL, it's a little bit of an unfair thing. It's a comment about the NFL. I think the NFL does play. I think they do pay homage to their legends to some degree and pay respect to it. I think it's really just the NBA that does this bizarre, disgusting practice of belittling and diminishing their great players, trying to make their accomplishments seem less for some reason. It's weird. And I don't know why it is. Maybe it's just because the players today and the league have a bit of a chip on their shoulders because this product isn't as good. It's clear. Like, things were better before. So maybe they're just going, methinks the gentleman doth protest too much. Maybe they're just feeling a little inadequacy because they know that the products and the players were better that preceded them. So they feel like they have this need to go ahead and diminish what came before. I think it's the only thing, the only league that we see in North American team sports that really does it routinely. And just real quick here, I got another ding from the original Skap. So let me see. Oh yes, he's reminding me that he and I went to the Steelers 50 banquet and ran into Chuck Noll leaving. So yeah, that was, the Steelers 50th anniversary or whatever. It was a nice little dinner, a black tie. I think I had a nice little suit on there. It was several years ago, but I do remember that fondly. I think I was, like an early teen years or so. And yeah, my dad and I ran into a couple of Steelers. I swear we saw probably Mel Blount there. And maybe like Lynn Swann. He's kind of a staple around the Pittsburgh area as well. I swear we saw him as well. But yes, that was, and look, my dad and I did go to a number of games growing up. We went, I've talked, I don't know again if he was on here to see, but I did talk, as you guys know, that I was in, I think it was Heinz Field at the time, for the AFC Championship game, the Steelers and Patriots, when young unknown Tom Brady beat it, and it wasn't even him really. The Steelers knocked Brady out of that game, and Drew Bledsoe came in and threw the game-winning touchdown on us, and that was like 2000, 2001. But we went to a number of other games. Randy Moss, as I've mentioned on here before several times, is one of my all-time favorite athletes. My dad also took me to a Randy Moss Steelers Vikings game back when Randy was still in his prime. He lit the Steelers up, but the Steelers won. It was a perfect game. I got to see my favorite player play very well. He had like 9 catches for like 140 yards, but my Steelers won. I was still a Steeler fan at that point. So yes, we did go to many games, but
do you remember the score or how close it was?
I don't. I'll have to look it up. I could figure out what game though. I can tell you this. I had a Steelers jacket on, my terrible towel, a Steelers hat, but a Randy Moss jersey. So I remember that.
Was it a close game or a blowout?
It was a pretty close game.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm sure my mom probably played a major role in having him give up those season tickets. I'm sure if the original Skap Bob was left to his own devices, he probably would have retained those tickets. But my mom probably was not having that at one point. So I'm sure so I probably shouldn't blame him for letting those tickets go. But yeah, it would have been pretty sweet when I was younger to have those season tickets. Although he might have only had one anyway, so it might not have done us much good, because there is, like I said, a very lengthy waiting list for those Pittsburgh Steelers season tickets, like 30 some years. All right, we've got Sid Morale is back in again. What does Sid have for us this time, Gary?
I know you hate Chris Paul, but he helped Shea in the OKC Thunder.
Yeah, that year that he played for the Thunder and finished, I think he was getting MVP consideration. Yes, it's true. Shea was a freshly acquired player from the Clippers. So the Thunder finished they had a much better season than anybody had given them any expectation for being. So Chris Paul got a ton of credit for that season. Shea was on that team, young Shea. So sure, no doubt Chris Paul, under Chris Paul's expert tutelage, Shea might have learned some things and established, some, semblance of leadership and things, how to carry yourself and lead a team and so forth. I'm sure he probably learned some very invaluable lessons from CP3 while they were playing together. That I think it was just 1 year, but still, certainly I agree with you there, Sid. Okay, Jolly Josham's back in again. What is up, Jolly? Thank you. Am I catching up at all? No, I'm still an hour and a half behind on these on these super chats. And I'm going to have to jump ahead here in a moment, Gary, because my main guy, Vacation Wealth Partners, just dropped us a very, very generous donation. He is one of our elite sponsors, obviously.
Yes,
so
sir.
I want to make sure I get in and thank him. But first, let's get to Jolly's most recent question or comment here.
One more before I go back to rooting for the Chicago teams I love. What are the plans for the Skap Lounge now that the NBA season is over?
Great question, Jolly. I did mention I am an hour and a half behind on the questions now, as I mentioned. So we're up to 64 of these things now, super chats. And over 3,200 comments in this live chat. So again, many thanks to all of you guys. Still over 200 people here. 3+ hours in now. 2 a.m. I'm never gonna get to bed tonight. I'll just go stay on till Whitlock's show tomorrow and just go right on to Whitlock. Great question. I mentioned it. We will be on, first of all, in 2 or 3 days. Wednesday. I'm getting my days mixed up. Today is still Sunday technically to me, but it's
Sunday
really
night.
Monday. It's Monday
Right.
morning.
Right.
So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So 3 days. Wednesday, June 25th is the NBA draft. I'll be on for a full show in the lounge, Skap Live After Dark. That draft is at 7 or something. I might come on a little bit at the beginning. Then I'll just Gary and I will then hop on at 10:30-ish when the first round, I think they're just doing the first round on Wednesday night. We'll do that, unpack the draft. And then after that, I actually am going on a little vacation at the end of this week. I'll be in a lake house in Georgia for about a week. So I might do some lives then for breaking news, in the middle of the day or something. So keep your eyes open. The best thing to do will be this: turn those notifications on. I know you guys are probably all subscribed, but turn the little bell notification on so you get notified for everything. And I might do some live breaking news stories if something goes crazy in the Georgia lake house. Other than that, I am planning to do a weekly scheduled show, something that will be maybe 2-3 days a week, where it's maybe 11 a.m. to noon or 12 noon till 1:30, something like that. I'll figure out what time slot works best. And I'm going to do a weekly scheduled show a couple times a week where it'll just be a sports show. So I'll talk about like a radio show. I'll just talk about the daily, like 1 or 2 or 3 big trending stories, sports stories, and then talk about it for like 30, 45 minutes of a show. And then we'll see probably whatever kind of comments, if there's crazy comments that pop up or super chats, I'll do that for the back end of the show, similar to this, what we're doing on this format. So stay tuned, Jolly, for more information on that. I'll keep you guys well apprised. Go ahead, Gary.
And we are developing an idea for you to start a second channel for the NFL and to do some NFL live streams if that is something that you decide that you want to do. That's an idea that I've been running by you. What do you guys think in the chat? Do you think that Skap should start an NFL channel and do live streams during games or Sunday or Mondays during the NFL season? Because I think that could be really good.
Okay, on our way back down actually to Vacation Wealth Partners, which we're going to get to that comment in one quick second, but I see another comment right above Vacation Wealth Partners by Jolly Joshams again in question of my dad. Look, which let me put it back up. This is my dad's. This is his avatar. This is actually him. That picture is my dad in the bow tie with a little drink and the sunglasses on. That he is at my wedding actually. So that is, he's got a matching bow tie from my wedding on. He looked very sharp in the suit, but he does. Bob
background photo bomber.
Say it again.
Who is the photo bomber that is trying to take over in the background?
I'm not sure. I'd have to go. The picture is well known, so I'll have to go find it from my dad. From my dad's a larger look at it, and I can figure out who that is. But anyway, the Jolly Joshams is taking note of the stash. Gary, go ahead and read Jolly Josham's next comment.
Your next bet, you need to grow a stash like dad. I like that better than the banana bets.
Yeah, so that would be a real bet. Like I would actually have to lose a bet to grow a stash because, look, my dad has had a stash since like, I don't know, probably since like he got out of high school. So, my dad has had a stash since probably like the 60s. So he's grandfathered in for the stash. Like if you're over the age of like 55, you can have a stash. Or if you're under the age of like 26, you can have a stash because it's coming back. But I am not in that window. I fall outside of those two parameters. So I cannot have a stash. So it would have to be a legitimate lost bet for me to grow a stash. I did do a beard like twice in my life, twice and only twice. And I got to say, the first time I did it, it looked damn good. I had a great beard. Like it doesn't look, my facial hair growth doesn't look like I could grow. But after I let it go for like 3 months, the beard was so strong the first time. But when I grew it back a second time, see, this is what happened. I grew it the first time when I was like 35, 34. Then when I grew it the second time, I was like 39. And what happened was my beard, which was mainly black-ish, brown, like dark brown or black, became mainly white. So now not strong anymore. So now I have to keep the facial hair a little bit, a little bit sheared down now. So yes, Jolly, that would be a real legit bet like that I would have to grow the stash out. Okay, let's get to this Vacation Wealth Partners who sent this a couple 6 minutes ago. Vacation Wealth Partners has been very, very generous to me. Really, I think even before I started going on live just alone on this channel, I'm pretty sure he was on when I first started doing live appearances on my Sunday panel, the group show. And now he has been on throughout the whole playoff run, pretty much throughout all of these games that we've come on after, basically since the second round. And he has been very, very generous with his donations for us. And tonight, obviously, more of the same with this very, very generous donation. So, Gary, shout out big time to Vacation Wealth Partners for the ongoing support, generosity that you have shown us throughout these playoffs. Get in touch with me on that, on the email chain. Again, the one that shows up, you can find my email on my YouTube channel. It's j.skapanek@gmail.com. But my personal one that I use more is jas838@gmail.com. If you're serious, Vacation Wealth Partners, about me doing your podcast with you, I absolutely will. we can get something set up for sure. I'll give you my number if you reach out to me on the email. I'll give you that, and we can coordinate that. I just don't give I don't mind giving my number out to people. That's actually how moderator Gary and I met. He got in touch with me through email. Then I gave him my number, but I give emails out in the public forum. And then if you email me, I'll give you my number then privately. But Gary, go ahead and read the question or comment from Vacation Wealth Partners.
Almost missed it. Thanks for a great season and for giving real sports fans a voice and a leader for sports discussion that the industry's never had. I appreciate you both. Rest in peace, Kobe.
Well, thank you again so much. I really do appreciate your kind and supportive words, and obviously your generosity with all of your very kind sponsorships to us. And so I appreciate you for that. And I, of course, echo your RIP Kobe sentiments. And I'm glad that you can make it in here on our last playoff edition of the Skap Lounge, and the last After Dark for the playoff season. Looking forward to the next chapter of whatever this stuff becomes, and also, taking a couple days off though after the draft and getting a nice little break. Nice little respite for a few days, letting the voice heal up, get my sleep schedule more normalized. Okay, so we're back up now, I believe, to Will N, where we left off above. I will get to all of you guys for sure. Hopefully you're all still on. Gary, what does Will N have for us this time? Obviously, Will N, a very prolific sponsor as well for us in here.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Who do you think would be the perfect coach to help the Knicks that is currently available? Why did they fire their coach without a guy in mind to replace him? That makes no sense.
I mean, it's crazy. There's like nobody available. I think
Jenkins from Memphis was a candidate. I think he's probably their best bet at this point.
Honestly, if I were the Knicks, I think he probably wants to take a year off, but
Bud, the Bucks coach that won a championship?
No, I was thinking more. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm having a total 3.5 hour in brain fart.
Don't say Doc Rivers.
Mike Malone. I would think Mike Malone would be like one of the leading candidates, honestly. But I think he might want to take a year off maybe and like just recollect himself and then figure out like what's the best opportunity for me. What's the best position for me? But look, Gary, is it going to get any better? Like the Knicks were in the Eastern Conference Finals. The East is wide open. They have a good team. You're in New York City. Like you're in a great market. Like, is it going to get better than this? If I were Malone, I'd be like, oh, hey, I'm interested. I'd like an interview, please.
Right. Absolutely. But what if they get Doc Rivers?
Gary, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I think Doc Rivers is one of the feathers in the cap of Milwaukee for keeping Giannis. I don't know why, but Giannis seems to like Doc.
Wait, Doc is still on Milwaukee. I was thinking he got fired again. Okay, my bad. Oh, he's still with Milwaukee. My bad. So
and for whatever reason, Giannis likes him, and that's one of the reasons Giannis wants to stay. So I think Doc is not going anywhere. Unbelievably,
Doc's a nice guy. So he probably just everybody likes him because
he's a player coach,
nice
Gary.
Guy. Right,
yep, one of those player coaches. But thank you very much, Willen, and welcome back into Jose, who's peppered us with a plethora of super chats tonight. Thank you very much, Jose, for that. Go ahead with Jose's latest.
If this SGA BS keeps up, I might become a LeBron fan. LOL. Just playing. Keep up the good work, Skap. Thanks for busting Gills in a debate.
My pleasure, Jose, and thank you so much for your continued support. And I agree with you. I'm already tired of SGA. Like, I don't even want to turn on ESPN because it's going to be Stephen A. Smith smacking bananas off his face. No, I'm kidding, Lester. I'm kidding. I'm the only one that's eating bananas tonight for you, Lester. This is all for you.
You're really taking your time with that banana. You start
your banana obsession, Lester. I'm the only one. No, but listen, in all seriousness, Stephen A. Smith will be oiling himself up, lathering himself up, and talking with just profound and nauseating amounts of adulation and respect towards SGA. He probably will be calling SGA Michael Jordan by the end of tomorrow. So I'm with you. I'm sick of it too already. Damn it. We need somebody else to rise up and threaten the Thunder, at least get on their level for next season. I personally don't see it happening, but hell, that's, as they say, why they play the games. I want to get this banana bite in, Gary. So let's go ahead and welcome in Serrano Thomas. What is up, Serrano Thomas? And thank you for being here. And thank you for supporting us, Gary. Go ahead and read it while I eat my banana a bit here.
It hurts to say this, but this didn't feel like a game 7 or the finals at all. Shaking my head. And that's just a lot to do with OKC and their inconsistency. They are such a vastly superior team who just doesn't know how to make it all work together for a full 4 quarters or for a full series. They take their foot off the gas, and that affects the product.
Yeah, and I think, look, even though this went to a 7th game, I think it was a little anticlimactic, and that could be what Serrano is talking about here. And I agree. It was definitely anticlimactic. I think, look, the Pacers were a much better team than Denver. I don't think there's any refuting that now at this point. The fact that Tyrese Haliburton averaged like 14 points per game on 45% shooting and like 6.5 assists, and they took them 7 despite that. But I think the fact that Jokic is so individually great and excellent, I think that was the series that most people thought, as it got along and the Nuggets kept in it and they got them to a 7th, I think that was the series where people were like, this could be it. Like Jokic could just have like some crazy historical game and they might find a way to upset Oklahoma City. I don't think there was ever any feeling, any sense that the Pacers, maybe I'm just talking out of my ass here, but I don't think anybody really believed that the Pacers were ever going to win this series. So it was a little anticlimactic, but Toronto, unfortunately, that's just the way, that's the breaks of it. Like look, I'm a big Kobe Bryant fan. I remember back in the early 2000s with those Shaq Kobe teams where they were playing a freaking loaded Western Conference and then got to some team that just quite frankly had no shot in beating them in the Sixers, Now, the Pacers were different because the Lakers were so young, inexperienced, and the Pacers were a veteran, proven team that had gone toe-to-toe with those 80s or with the 90s Bulls. So I think that there was a different feel around that first one. But then the second championship and the third, they played the Sixers and the Nets. And like neither of those teams, they beat the Sixers 4-1 and they beat the Nets 4-0. So like those teams just stood no chance. And that was after a gauntlet in the West, even though the Lakers pretty much soundly dispatched of those teams in the West too. So it just happens sometimes where like the best teams aren't necessarily, the best 2 teams aren't one in one conference and one in the other conference. So I think if Boston didn't get hurt and didn't choke, I think Boston and OKC would have probably been a better series. And quite frankly, with what I've seen, I think if Boston didn't throw up all over themselves, if they didn't blow 2 20-point leads in games 1 and 2 in Boston, and then Tatum blow his Achilles out, I think Boston actually would have beaten Oklahoma City now that I'm looking at exactly the way it played out and what Oklahoma City looked like in the half court and the way they showed up. I think Boston would have probably won this series. Maybe even Cleveland would have, from what I'm seeing. But I feel you, Serrano, and I'm with you. It really didn't feel like the stakes were really all that high, even in a game 7. All right, we got Titan Moss back in. Go ahead. All right, do you want me to read this one, Gary? Is this one to you?
Sure.
Okay, just trolling you, Gary. Y'all were right about OKC. I'll take the L on picking Pacers to win. Also, salute to Skap in this final. Is this the final stream? So, yes, Titan Moss has been tongue-in-cheeking us all along, has been kind of on the Pacers, has been calling us out. But, yes, it's true. Gary and I never wavered. We had the Thunder all along. And so we were ultimately proven to be right. Titan Moss, I'm still so far behind.
I think you did start to waver for a couple moments in game 4.
Well, like 5 minutes, same as the Nuggets. Like, look, if the Pacers won game 4, they would have won the series. And they were up, whatever, 9 points or 8 points at the end of 7 or 8 points at the end of the third quarter. So when they were up basically the whole game, or within the striking distance the whole game. Then they're up 7 at the end, just like the Nuggets were up 8 at the end of game 5 at the third quarter, at the end of the third quarter. I'm like, okay, look, if the Nuggets go up 3-2, they're winning in game 6. And I said, like, look, okay, if the Pacers go up 3-1, they're going to close in game 6. But of course, that was a mirage, and the Thunder quickly went on massive runs in both those games. So there was about 5 minutes of real time where I legitimately thought the Thunder might lose. 5 minutes of real time total. So 10 total minutes in this whole season where I thought the Thunder might not win the championship. And yes, Titan Moss, I'm not going to spend too much time on it because I have, if you are still on, you know I've talked about it in excess multiple times now. The live stream, this is not the final stream. I'll be on after the draft in like 2 days or 2 or 3 nights. I'll be on for a couple hours probably on Wednesday the 27th or 25th. I'm sorry, Wednesday the 25th. I'll be on for a few hours. Then I go away on vacation. If something happens crazy, I might not make a video. I might just do a live stream about it and talk about it. And then after that, when I get back from vacation, I'm going to get in the lab, tinker around, figure out the format of my Skap live show that will be like a live daily sports show, semi-weekly show moving forward. So keep your eyes peeled for that coming. More news on that coming up, Titan. And thank you for asking. All right, Jeff Ray back in yet again. Jeff, welcome back into you. What's Jeff's most recent question here, Gary?
Anyone who doesn't say the ABA wasn't better, I'd ridicule fires person.
So, yeah, I mean, the ABA was, I mean, that was a wild time in the 70s where you had like a rival entity to the NBA, which ultimately they did merge. And the NBA they incorporated some components of the ABA, including the 3-point line and the slam dunk competitions. So the ABA definitely still has impact. There's still the impact of it can still be felt to this day. And oddly enough, I would say arguably the most impactful, important player. Look, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is generally regarded as the best player of the 70s. He's the best player in the NBA for the 70s. But if you expand it to the ABA and the NBA, Dr. Julius Erving was the most important, impactful, culturally significant player, I think, in the NBA during the 70s. So the ABA, yeah, I mean, shout out to you, Jeff, for bringing up the ABA, and shout out to the ABA. That was a wild time in the 70s to have a rival entity that was as popular probably as the NBA, maybe even more popular. Next in is Will N talking Mount Rushmores. Will N, welcome back into you again. Thank you so much for being here. And Gary, go ahead and read this Mount Rushmore comment from Will.
Mount Rushmore sports: Tom Brady, Michael Jordan, Derek Jeter, Lionel Messi. Honorable mention: Tiger Woods. Right?
You know, I don't even know what my Mount Rushmore of sports would be. I really don't know.
Tom Brady, Michael Jordan, Wayne Gretzky, and probably Pele.
I don't know enough about soccer to put a soccer player on my Rushmore. I want to say, look, I probably, and look, it would depend on if we're talking individual sports or just team sports. If you do individual sports as well, yes, Tiger, and then boxers and stuff are in play for that as well. Like Muhammad Ali there would be some impetus to put him there. So if you want to include team sports and individual sports, it would open up the discussion even more. Michael Phelps, I think, probably would be in the discussion for individuals. I think, yes, team sports. I think I would say the no-brainers would be Brady, Jordan, and Gretzky. Then the fourth guy, I don't really know. Yeah. I think if we include individuals, probably Tiger Woods. I mean, he was so dominant before he got hurt, and had like whatever the back problems, the knee problems, the car accidents, the wife beating him with clubs. Like before he had the personal and physical the personal off the course kind of problems with his personal life, and then the physical ailments that started breaking him down, he was so utterly dominant. Like, he ultimately did not get the all-time major title record, but there was a time, Gary, when it was like a foregone conclusion. Like, I think the all-time record in golf is 18, and he only has like 14. So he really didn't even get close. But that's because he broke down so physically so quickly. Like, he had like 12 or 13 in like his mid 30s or something. Like, it wasn't if, but when. Like, and how many? Could he get 30? Could he get to 30? And then he just broke down. But he was so dominant for like a 15-year span. He was just so utterly like unbeatable, it seemed like, when he was in any kind of a shouting distance on Sunday. So I think probably mine would be like Tom Brady, Michael Jordan, Gretzky, and Tiger Woods. And people would look into that with Kobe. Like, Kobe is my favorite athlete, and he is my number 2 on the all-time GOAT list in basketball history. But like, I just don't know if he's got enough juice to transcend every single sport and be one of the 4 greatest athletes in all sports considered. Like, I think my 4 would kind of look like I just laid out. But that's a great question, Will, and I don't even know who I'd really have to think probably and dig more into who I think.
And probably do 2 separate Mount Rushmores, one for team sports, one for single sports. That way you can separate them. So Tiger Woods, Michael Phelps, maybe Serena, those could be in the individuals, and
other tennis player, like, I mean, like the other, like the Joker tennis player, Djokovic. I mean, there's a lot of dominant individual players that we've seen in recent years. So that, I think maybe it probably would be better to just split it up, team and individual. All right, Stephanie's back in again. What's up, Stephanie? Thank you. I hope you're still here. This is from about an hour ago. Still, I'm still a little bit behind, but we are catching up. We're actually almost at the end of these super chats. So thank you, Stephanie, again. What's this latest one say from Stephanie?
KD is really one of the best hoopers that I've ever seen. His efficiency is insane. And thank you for these lives, guys. It has been such a fun ride.
Yes, Gary and I both agree full-heartedly on Kevin Durant. There's no doubt about that.
What do you mean we both agree? You've been fighting me about Kevin Durant since we've been doing the live streams.
But Gary, I just did tell you he's one of the 4, and he has been like a top 3 best player.
Did my video sway you at all in any way?
Maybe not really. I mean, maybe a little bit. My big issue with KD isn't the tangible on-court product, Gary. He is undoubtedly one of the most talented basketball players I've ever seen, and he's one of probably the 4 best all-time scorers ever. So like, he deserves to be he's a top 20 all-time player. But like, my big concern with KD is like the continual and perpetual jumping. I understand your reasoning on why he left Oklahoma City and like the fact that he got cheated there and why he went to Golden State, but he's played for 5 different teams now. I mean, there's just so much player movement from him, and he still is just sitting at the 2 championships. I know
what happened to him. What happened to him, though? Remember what you said? That you say you don't even know if you've ever seen an athlete ever fully come back from the Achilles. He looks pretty good for coming back from the Achilles, though, as an individual.
When he can play, he just misses a lot of games. Right. Like that, when he's on the court, he looks damn good still. Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, Stephanie, I do actually, I give Gary a hard time, but I do think very highly of KD. And again, Stephanie, I can't thank you enough for your support and generosity for coming in here all the time, for I know even more than your generosity of continually giving us these super chats, but you're just so utterly active and all over those live chats. So thank you so much for just being here. Basically every single night, I feel like you're here no matter what, and you're making tons of comments. So thank you very much. And hopefully you find us whenever we figure out what the time slot is going to look like. And we start doing these, hopefully moving forward, we're going to keep doing this stuff. So thank you very much, Stephanie. I do appreciate you so much. And we've got Samson the Current back in. with his ongoing flip-flopping little analogy here, Gary. Go ahead with it.
It's like I keep saying, Thunder equal Rams, one title.
I see what you did there, Samson. And maybe because when the Rams won that championship, I was like, oh boy, this could be the beginning of something here on this one. Kurt Warner out of nowhere, league MVP. Speaking of, I talked about league MVP winners in the NBA, winning the NBA championship, getting more rare than it used to be. In the NFL, it's extremely rare. Like Kurt Warner did it in 99, and then it hadn't happened again until I think it did just happen just very recently, Gary. But maybe not. Did Mahomes do it? Did Mahomes win an MVP in one of his Super Bowl years?
I think so.
He was the first one since 99. So Patrick Mahomes was the first player this century to do it since Kurt Warner in 99. But anyway, Kurt Warner came on out of nowhere, but that team was stacked.
It says he's won each of his 3 Super Bowls. Patrick Mahomes has been named Super Bowl MVP in each of his 3 Super Bowls.
No. Okay. League MVP to win the Super Bowl that same year.
Okay. Sorry. Okay.
That is what I'm talking about. That is very rare in the NFL. It does. I think Mahomes might have done it once. But other than that, no one has done it this century. Kurt Warner was the last to do it in 99. Tom Brady won 3 league MVPs. In none of those years did he win the Super Bowl. Anyway, Kurt Warner in 99 does it, wins the Super Bowl MVP, league MVP. And I'm like, yo, this team is stacked. And then Marshall Faulk won the 2000 MVP. And then the Rams, Kurt Warner won the 2001 MVP.
Okay, I got it. Yes, Patrick Mahomes has won both the NFL MVP and Super Bowl MVP awards in the same year twice. He won both in 2022 and also in 2018. In 2022, he won the NFL MVP award and then Super Bowl MVP for the Super Bowl. Some Roman number there that I don't know what it says. In 2018, he won the award and the NFL MVP and then Super Bowl MVP. Okay, these Roman numerals, I don't know at the top of my head, but it was in the years 2018 and 22, whichever Super Bowl numbers those were. Okay. Sorry, guys, I couldn't read the Super Bowl numbers.
He did it. So he did do it twice, but before that, like I'm telling you, it has not been done since Warner. So anyway, but that Rams team was so stacked that I'm like, yo, they're gonna win. They're gonna win multiple probably. Then they get back in the 2 years after that with, again, that historical looking team with 2 league MVPs, 2 active primed MVPs in Kurt Warner and Marshall Faulk, and just loaded wide receivers. Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt, Ricky Prohl. That team was absolutely loaded. Great defense too. They got upset though by Tom Brady and the Patriots. Gary and I argued about that game, that outcome. But then the Rams never got back. That was it. So Samson the Current is drawing that parallel here. I don't see it. I think the Thunder are going to win many more. Go ahead, Gary.
You know how I was saying I wasn't really shocked. Like you were saying you were shocked. Something I hadn't thought of before. I think why I wasn't shocked. Because I never thought Mike Martz. I'm sorry. Let's not get into a debate here. If you disagree, it's fine. Me personally, I never really thought Mike Martz was a good coach. He was coaching them during that Super Bowl, and I had really thought Bill Belichick was a good coach, even though he had not won anything before when they went going into that season. But what I'm saying is I never believed in Mike Martz. And to your point, I'm so sorry.
No worries.
And to your point, that is why they fell off the map, because I'm sorry, I don't think Mike Martz is a good coach.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I don't think he's really that good of a coach either. But I mean, quite frankly, Gary, I don't even think Bill Belichick's that good of a coach after seeing what I've seen whenever Tom Brady's not on a Bill Belichick team.
But him and Brady together, though, that was the perfect storm together. Yeah. But Mike Martz with Kurt Warner,
And we know Kurt Warner's better because he took the freaking Arizona Cardinals to a Super Bowl like 6-7 years later.
Yeah, Kurt Warner is honestly a remarkable quarterback.
Yeah.
Like the fact that he was only a starter for like 8 years, I think, in the NFL, and he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Deservingly so. Like, that guy went to 3 Super Bowls with the historical ass Rams, like historical, one of the most inept, putrid franchises in NFL history, took them to 2 Super Bowls, then went to Arizona, who hadn't made the playoffs in years, took them to a Super Bowl. And at one point, Gary, Tom Brady now has the all-time record for yards in a Super Bowl. I think he has the top 2, honestly. Tom Brady does. I think he has 505 yards in a loss, actually, I think, to the Eagles. And then he has like 470 or something, maybe in the Atlanta Super Bowl that he won that he came back. So I think Tom Brady has the top 2 highest single-season Super Bowl passing games ever. But at a time when Kurt Warner played in his 3rd and final Super Bowl at the time with Arizona, the Pittsburgh-Arizona game, Warner had all 3 of the top 3 highest like passing Super Bowl games in NFL history, did Kurt Warner. And he gave his team the lead or tied the game with like 3 minutes to go in the 4th quarter in all 3 of them. So had his defense just been able to hold the other team, the opponent, Kurt Warner likely would be 3 for 3 in the Super Bowl. Of course, they kicked away to Tom Brady in 2001, and so they won in 2000. They won in 2000 on that last second drive, the 80-yard bomb to Ike Bruce. Then he comes back. They tie the game late against the Patriots. They kick it off to Tom Brady. Brady goes down, gets in field goal range. Vinatieri kicks the game-winning field goal as time expires. Then against the Steelers, he takes the lead with like 2.5 minutes to go. Ben Roethlisberger goes on that 90-yard drive that culminates in that ridiculous throw, like between 2 defenders to Santonio Holmes, stretched out on the sideline, like tiptoeing the line on the back of the end zone with like 8 seconds left. So like those are the games that poor old Kurt Warner lost. He very easily could be 3 for 3 in like only 8 years as a starter. Like his peak, his playoff level, playoff Kurt Warner was probably as good as any quarterback ever, other than maybe Tom Brady. Like it's probably it. And okay, Bradshaw has 4. I'd be remiss if my dad's still up, he would scold me now. Terry Bradshaw also 4 Super Bowls, 4 for 4, and Joe Montana 4 Super Bowls, 4 for 4. So I would say obviously Brady, Montana, Bradshaw. After that, probably Kurt Warner is the best playoff quarterback ever, maybe.
Yeah, I like Kurt Warner. I mean, his story, the way he came into the league was just amazing. Filling in for Trent Green.
Yep.
Everybody, you saw the play in preseason. Oh, this sucks so bad. The Rams season is over. It didn't win the Super Bowl.
You know, honestly, I don't want to get too hung up. We're going near 4 hours, so I don't want to get too caught up on this, but we are almost at the end of this. There is one doozy of a question coming up. But
yes,
for those of you who don't know or aren't big football fans, Gary's right. The Kurt Warner story is probably the most insane story in sports history, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know, honestly, of a better story or a more crazy out of nowhere story. Real quick, Kurt Warner was a nobody. He's like 27, 28 years old. He was playing in an Iowa Arena Football League team. He was in the Arena Football League playing for the Iowa Barnstormers, making $400 a game at like 27 years of age. And he had like 5 or 6 kids, and he was stocking grocery store shelves at like 3 a.m. to make enough money to support his family while he was still chasing the dream of being a professional football player at like 27 after nobody wanted him in the NFL. Trent Green was kind of a blue chip quarterback for the Rams in like the 99 season, 99-2000. They go into the I think it was the final preseason game, which is insane because back then the starters would play one drive in the last preseason game. In that one drive, Trent Green blew his knee to oblivion. And the coach of that team was Dick Vermeil, who was a very emotional guy. I'll never forget the post-game press conference of that game where Trent Green blew his knee out, where Dick Vermeil was sobbing for like how upset he was for Trent Green, how upset he was for the team, because he thought that they had a special team that year and Trent Green was going to have a special season. And he said, but we believe in Kurt Warner. We're not going to go out and get anybody else. We're going to rally behind Kurt Warner. And I thought to myself, who the hell is Kurt Warner? Like an avid sports fan that I am, I'm like, who in the hell is that? And that's when I went and I found out what I just told you, an Arena Football League player. Like, so this guy with basically no NFL experience at 28 is going to be a pro quarterback now all of a sudden? Yes. And not only that, he threw for like 48 touchdown passes that year, which at the time, I think either broke Dan Marino's all-time single-season record or it was one below it. He won the league MVP, the Super Bowl, and the Super Bowl MVP. What? That guy? Out of that, from that story, it is the craziest story in sports history, in my estimation, and one of the best ones for my money. Go ahead, Gary.
And this is a great segue into the next question, which is a movie question. There's a movie, American Underdog, about Kurt Warner, if any of you guys want to check it out. And on that movie, what did you just say? Dick Vermeil believed in Kurt Warner right away. Mike Martz couldn't stand Kurt Warner. So Kurt Warner had all these issues with Mike Martz. And it's just, what did I just say? For whatever reason, the vibe I had about Mike Martz is this guy's just not a good coach. And I think the more I learned about him and just the way he immediately did not believe in Kurt Warner just signifies that he had no foresight, that he couldn't see. Yeah, as a coach, you need to have foresight in the future before something happens. And what you just said is a perfect example of the way Dick Vermeil believed in Kurt Warner. Like, hey, sorry, Trent, we lost Trent Green, but, this guy was bagging my groceries the other day at the grocery store, and I thought he'd be a great substitute to come in and lead our team.
Crazy.
And then he did what he did.
Crazy. And not just that 1 year, wasn't a flash in the pan. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Right.
Deservingly so, because like I said, he's arguably one of the 5 greatest playoff quarterback performers that has ever been. And like you said, this is actually, we've jumped around a bit. So this is actually our 65th and final super chat tonight.
Yeah.
We're nearing the 4-hour mark. So fittingly, we are nearing the final super chat here on the last one, actually. But it is a doozy of a question. Gary and I might talk about this one for a couple minutes because I love movies. We have talked about this trilogy question in the past. But Gary, from Titan Moss 37, go ahead and reset the stage here on this trilogy question.
Okay, I am about to probably get metaphorically executed to this answer because I think a lot of people here are going to be shell-shocked, but I stand by it. The question for Skap and Gary, what's the best trilogy? Star Wars original trilogy, blah, why am I fumbling my words? Star Wars original trilogy, Lord of the Rings, or 2000s Batman trilogy? Okay, here's
Gary, wait, real quick. Let's slide a couple more in the mix. Godfather, I would say, is in the running, probably. Not for me, but just in general, as like a well-known great trilogy, right?
Right.
And then
part 3 didn't get a lot of love. But
sure. I would also put in, I'm not counting the last 2, Gary, 4 and 5. Let's slide in Indiana Jones, too. I think the original 3 Indiana Jones. And then maybe even the Matrix, the first 3.
No. Matrix 2 and 3 sucked.
All right, well, let me slide this one in for you, Gary. Captain America, The Winter Soldier, and Civil War. Those are the 3 Captain America.
His question, and then we'll add to it after, because he just wanted us to know about these 3. And by the way, when I said Godfather, I said part 3. That's the third part. It was not critically acclaimed at all. Like, it was not. Part 1 and 2 were. People did not like part 3. So it's not really known as a trilogy because of how bad part 3 was. But here's my shocking admission. I have never, ever, nor do I ever want to watch Star Wars. I've never seen a Star Wars movie. I don't want to watch a Star Wars movie. It just does not look interesting to me. I'm sorry. So I don't know what it is.
Gary, I'm disgusted. I had to walk off for a minute. I had to pet my little buddy Luna.
You just did the Stephen A. Smith. You just did the Stephen A. Smith, what he did to Skip Bayless when Skip Bayless said that Tim Tebow was more box office than Kobe Bryant. That's exactly what Stephen A. did. He unhooked his mic and walked off the set. I don't. And I guess you like the original first three that came out. Because I know these sequels have been terrible.
Yes, Gary. The Empire Strikes Back, Episode 5, the 1980 release. The original trilogies, the 1977, The New Hope, which is one of the. It's not necessarily a great film, but it revolutionized the movie industry. The 1977 New Hope, the Star Wars Episode 4. The original one. It's one of the few. There are a few films that came along throughout the course of movie history that changed the industry, that impacted everything that would follow. And 1977's release of the original was one such of those movies. And it's still like it made like $450 million, not adjusted for inflation. It made $450 million in 1977.
Which is that.
So yes, it was out longer. Yes, it was the different run, theatrical run, but it is still one of the most impactful films ever made. And then to me, the best movie of the whole, 11 movies that they made. One of the best movies ever made, one of the most perfect films ever made. Empire Strikes Back, Episode 5, the 1980 follow-up. So
that's part 2 of the original 3, correct?
Oh yes, those are the two original. And the third of the original 1983 Return of the Jedi, okay, which I think is below the Emperor Strikes Back for sure. Or it's Empire Strikes Back, not Emperor. Empire Strikes Back, Episode 5. I'd say it's below, but I really loved the movie when I was little. When you watch either the first two, they don't necessarily hold up without nostalgia goggles. The middle one, Episode 5, is still an absolutely fantastic executed film. And I think as a whole piece and what they mean for just the history of cinema, the Star Wars, it's kind of like you got to see them, Gary. Like, I don't like mafia movies. I don't like mob movies. That's not my cup of tea. Like, I don't enjoy the Godfather films. I've only seen them like one time all the way through, and I don't really like them. I don't want to go back and revisit them, but I had to see them. Like, you have to see them. So if you can fit it in sometime along the way, you should at least watch them one time.
Yeah, even when I was a kid, remember what I told you. I think differently than the average person. A lot of people accuse me of being a contrarian. I don't do it intentionally. I just think different. When I was a kid, I remember Star Wars was blowing up. It was everywhere. And I remember seeing, like, when I saw it on TV, I thought all the characters looked so dorky. And that was when I was like 5, 6 years old. I'm like, this looks dumb. I've never really strayed from that. I just think the characters. And here's the thing. I like to watch movies that I don't know what's going to happen at the end. I know at the end of Star Wars, the good guys win. Darth Vader loses one way or another. I know that. Maybe he's not killed, but he's going to lose. Just like when you watch He-Man, you know Skeletor's never, ever, ever going to win. So what are the stakes when you go into watching it? So that's my approach when I watch stuff. And to the point here, the Batman trilogy. Why do I keep fumbling? Maybe it's because we've been on so words.
It's 4 hours in, Gary.
Trilogy. Okay, not trilogy. Sorry. But here's the thing. Dark Knight Rises, and if anybody for some reason hasn't seen it, spoiler alert coming up. I, honest to goodness, was not sure if Bruce Wayne was going to make it out alive at the end of Dark Knight Rises. I really thought that he may have sacrificed himself for Gotham, and so I went into that not knowing. So I didn't know how it was going to end, is my point. And to answer this question, without a doubt, to me, the Batman trilogy, the Dark Knight trilogy, is the best trilogy of all time.
I think probably the trendy answers would probably be Star Wars. Would be Star Wars or like The Godfather. I think for me personally, I think it's between Batman and Lord of the Rings. I think it's very, very close between those two. I personally like the Batman trilogy better, but I do love the Lord of the Rings trilogy too. I like them. I love them both. I think the Batman, but the Dark Knight is one of my like 3 or 4 favorite movies ever. And I think just from an enjoyability standpoint for me, I think the Batman trilogy would be my answer. In terms of what is the best trilogy ever, though, Lord of the Rings does have a case. Just the strength of the overall product. Like if all 3 films taken in, just how well and highly regarded they are critically, each and every one of the 3 of them. The record amount of Oscars that the third one, Return of the King, wins, which is like just kind of a celebration of the whole trilogy as a whole.
Right.
But still, the fact that it won the most Oscars ever and it was nominated for like 14 or some ridiculous shit. And just the scope and the magnitude of it, the cinematography, the sound editing, all of the visual and technical elements of it it was just so perfect. And then the execution of really famous, well-known literature into really executing it that well onto screen. I think there's a conversation, and I'm a big Star Wars proponent and advocate. So I, with my nostalgia goggles, have fought for Star Wars for years and years. But I begrudgingly, I did a little marathon where I watched all 3 of the original Star Wars one day. Then the next day I watched all 3 of the Lord of the Rings. And I must admit, the Lord of the Rings as a whole, it's just a stronger piece, the 3 of them. And in terms of enjoyability, Batman would be my answer. And I think Batman, from a critically acclaimed standpoint, is also has a conversation to be made against Lord of the Rings. It's not as decorated from an Academy Award standpoint for that trilogy. But when you look at all the Academy Award winners that are part of the Batman trilogy, there's a lot more high caliber actors in those than Lord of the Rings. So I think there's a conversation.
Another very unpopular answer. I did watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I thought part 1 was boring as hell. And I'll be honest, I didn't know it was a trilogy. I went into it because my friends wanted to go see. I was watching it with them, and I just kept waiting. I was like, damn, when is this movie going to end? I'm ready to see how it's going to end. And then they're in the boat, and the credits roll. I'm like, what the hell? There's no ending. I'm like, how are they going to beat that tree monster or whatever he's called it? See, that's what I'm saying. I don't follow this stuff. I don't know what that thing
Gary,
is called.
I think, look, you don't like.
Hold on. Let me finish real quick. But I actually, part 2, this girl was trying to talk me into going to watch it with her because she saw it. She loved it. I'm like, nah, this movie, part 1 sucked. She's like, no, part 2 is good. I went with her. Part 2 was good. I was like, okay, this moves such a better pace. And I was hyped about seeing part 3. And then I was damn let down like I was on the first one. I'm like, okay, it's back to being boring. So I hated part 1 and part 3. I really liked part 2 though. So say what you will. I have something else to add to Dark Knight, but you go ahead and say what you were going to say.
Yeah, let me just say real quick on it. Look, I think, yes, it limps on a little bit at the end of the Return of the King. They probably overextend by like 30-ish minutes, 30, 40 minutes, which they do that in like Harry Potter too. And like those big, like well-known literary works, like they try to stay true to the book. And that's the way the book and Lord of the Rings, that's the way it goes. So like, I agree it was a little anticlimactic, but there were some fantastic elements to the third film. Like with Aragon outside of the outside of the hot gates, like before they're gonna do the final like assault, and he gives that speech where he's like galloping around, and he's like the courage, and he gives that speech like the courage of men may fail. Like there might be a time when shield, like swords and shields shatter and all this, and the courage of men fail, but it is not this day. On this day we fight. Like that whole speech is just so epic, and the battle that they have, like that, there's some really great elements to the Return of the King. I think he brings the dead back too in that, which is a really cool sequence too, where he like reforges the sword and goes and brings like the traitors back to fight. There's some really good parts. I think you're underselling on the third one, but to your point, the second one though was also fantastic, I thought.
Here's the thing. I can't stand movies that have like the original Avengers, which was okay, but the ending was underwhelming. I'll tell you why. I don't like a bunch of CGI. I don't like a bunch of CGI, an army of CGI figures. I'm like, it takes me right out of it because it just feels so fake. So when you look at Avengers at the end, there's a sky full of CGI aliens or whatever attacking them. And I'm like, okay, you just took me right. I was in this. The enemy in the first act was Loki. So you had a real villain. And this is why I love The Dark Knight, because there were real villains. The Joker and then Bane. And I'm going to talk about Dark Knight Rises here in a minute. But my point is, I don't like CGI enemies. Remember I just said on our last talk that I wasn't crazy about the Alien franchise? I think that's because the enemy doesn't really have like a clear-cut face. But when you look at Predator, you see the eyes. You see a soul in there. And that's what you see the Joker. When you can look at your enemy, that can be potentially terrifying. And that's what makes a villain intriguing. But when it looks robot, the Spider-Man, they're bringing up Spider-Man on the next Super Chat. The Spider-Man on part 1, what an opportunity missed. We're going to take William Dafoe, who has one of the most demonstrative faces of any actor in the history of cinema, and instead of putting him in prosthetics like The Dark Knight did with Heath Ledger to give us one of the greatest villain performances of all time, we're going to put a freaking CGI mask helmet on his face and cover William Dafoe's face. I'm like, you just blew the whole thing. So therefore, that Green Goblin was not nearly as intriguing as he could have been. Imagine they put William freaking Dafoe and prosthetics and to give him a villain arc. How amazing could that have been? So I like my villains to have a soul, to have a face. It's all in the eyes. You can't have a good villain who has CGI eyes. It makes no sense. So that is why so many actors I don't like.
In your opinion, I know what you're saying, and I'm okay with it if it's not overdone. Like I don't like overblown or bad CGI is obviously takes you out of it. But I think the Lord of the Rings stuff was, again, it was everything looked so good in it that I don't think I was never really taken out of it, of the moment of the film. Gary, I think ultimately you just don't like fantasy films. Like you don't like sci-fi films and like fantasy films. You like only, and you don't really even like superhero films. You like the Dark Knight and the Batman trilogy, the Nolan Batman, only because it's a grittier, more realistic take on that superhero franchise.
I like it if it feels like you just said. I know it's not true, obviously, but if it feels like it could be real, like Predator. Predator, yes, I know it's a fiction, but it feels like something like that could possibly happen. And how about the prosthetics on that? Imagine if the Predator alien was CGI, how corny it would have been. But why was it so good and intriguing? Because it was prosthetics. And look at the detail. That was 35 years ago. How many years ago?
Well, no, it's probably like 45 years ago.
Yeah, it was in 87. So, yeah, 38 years ago. So I'm saying, look what a great job they did 38 years ago. Why can't they maintain that now? Instead, now it's CGI half the time, and it looks terrible. Look at what Heath Ledger did with the Joker. Look at what they did with Predator. Prosthetics is the key to having an intriguing villain. And when you have an intriguing villain, that is when you have a good story. No Country for Old Men. That Javier Bardem was chilling in that role, correct?
Well,
was
yeah,
he not
of
scary?
course.
Right.
Yeah.
It's all in the eyes of the actor. It's not about what you say. That's why a guy who talks a lot of trash, talks a lot of smack, that doesn't move me. It's all in the eyes.
I think you could still have CGI elements and components, though, as long as you have like actual villains that you could like put a face to as well.
You can, but I'm just saying the ones I'm talking about were just it's going to be a lot better. Like Lord of the Rings 2, I know that there was CGI on what's the little thing called? My Precious. See, I don't even remember their names anymore.
Gollum, yeah.
Gollum. That was well done. So I'm okay if it's well written, but a lot of times when it's not well written and CGI combined, that's just not interesting. Like an army of CGI soldiers or villains or aliens or whatever, that's not interesting. I'd rather have one villain, like in Predator. One villain was all that was needed.
Fair. I know, Gary, the original Skap, aka Bob, my dad, is still watching, and I would be remiss if I didn't. I could tell by his text messaging that he wants me to give a shout out to the movie White Christmas, which is not a trilogy. Dad, we were talking trilogies here, but that he loves the movie White Christmas, which is a very old school Christmas film from like the 1950s, starring Bing Crosby, Danny Kaye, Rosemary Clooney, that would be George Clooney's aunt, and Vera Ellen. So
I'm looking at it. Yeah.
Yes. So it is a very good Christmas film, though. And I'm sure before he follows up, he'll probably mention Where Eagles Dare, which is another one of his favorite films. But again, Dad, we're talking trilogies here. And I think actually we're extending beyond trilogies to 1 through 6 with this next Titan Moss follow-up to his last question. Go ahead and Gary, read this follow-up from Titan Moss.
Real quick, I had another comment about
Dark
Knight. Yeah, sorry. I'll try to make this very quick. Guys, I could talk about movies. I used to write screenplays. I was into acting. That's what I wanted to do. So that's why I can talk about this all day, even way more than sports. But what I'm saying about, yes, Dark Knight is one of my top 5 favorite movies, just like yours. It was really good. You said that Dark Knight Rises dropped off. I agree, but let me raise one interesting point that I don't think a lot of people take into consideration. Because The Dark Knight was so good, it raised the standards. So your expectations were so high going into Dark Knight Rises. If it didn't match or exceed Dark Knight, you're going to leave feeling underwhelmed and disappointed. So the first time I saw Dark Knight Rises, I was disappointed. But then I went back, I revisited it, and I got to say, the Hans Zimmer scores are so good, and they really amplify every scene. And as I'm watching The Dark Knight Rises, yes, it's not as good as Dark Knight. I would never say it was, but it actually is very good, and Bane is a very good villain. Not nearly as good as Leather's Joker, but it is good. And let me say one other thing I love about the Dark Knight trilogy. The ending of all 3 parts were so well done. The ending of part 1, when Commissioner Gordon hands Batman the card and he flips it over into Joker, chill bumps. That is how you end the movie. What do you say? No, I want to know. I want to watch the next part right now. I don't want to wait 2 years, 3 years. I want to watch Batman and Joker right now. Then at the end of part 2, with the way that Batman is writing, so why do we chase him? Because he can take it, but he doesn't deserve it. but he's the hero that we need, or whatever commissioner's speech is. It's so good. And as you see, it fades to black. It's Batman's cape is in the wind. And then the end, the last part, where you're not sure what's really going on, but you see an image of Bruce Wayne with Catwoman and the Alfred observing, and then you see John Blake rise up in the Batcave. Perfect ending. So I love the Dark Knight trilogy. I could talk about this all day, but I will cut it short. But I love the Dark Knight trilogy. I love the way that every part left you wanting more. And that is what every movie should do. It should leave you wanting more.
Because, Gary, why do we chase him? Because he's the hero we need, but not the one we deserve.
Yeah.
Because he's what is he? He is a silent guardian, a watchful protector, a dark knight.
Yeah.
That is one of the best movies I've ever seen, for sure.
Yeah.
I absolutely love that middle one. And I think the third one was very good. It was unfortunate. It was unfortunate with what happened to Heath Ledger, because obviously Heath Ledger was going to reprise that character and would have been the main antagonist in the third one. It would have been absolutely incredible, and it likely would have cemented it as the easy slam dunk greatest trilogy ever,
right?
Not one of the arguable greatest trilogy ever. But I think that Christopher Nolan did the best that he could,
absolutely,
under the parameters of he didn't have Heath Ledger anymore. So
right, absolutely.
Okay, so what's this next follow-up from Titan Moss?
There's so much more to Darth Vader than you think, Gary. That's what makes the Star Wars story so great. You got to watch episodes 1 through 6. Let me say this real quick. I actually do think Darth Vader is a cool villain. So I wasn't referring to Darth Vader. It's just that all the other characters just look so dorky. And I know Darth Vader doesn't have a chance to win. And so I already know he's going to be defeated. So it just doesn't make me interested to want to watch. But I do agree, Titan, that Darth Vader is a cool villain.
There's a lot about Star Wars, though, more than it's a story of good versus evil, of redemption and like second chances. And so there's historical elements taken from from mythology, and it's just a well constructed, for me, just the original trilogy. But 1 through 3, all the other ones, like, I'm not very high on. I've seen them all, but like I don't really care for anything but the original 3.
And I know Darth Vader, you can't see his eyes, but there's an exception here. There's always an exception to the rule. James Earl Jones's voice makes up for not being able to see his eyes. That voice does for the character what the eyes typically do. That voice made him so intriguing.
Sorry, I keep looking down. Little Loon is getting a little antsy, guys, but we still have a couple more. We've got some more movie questions coming here. We're up to 69 super chats now. So let's see what Xavier DeGod has as a movie follow-up question.
What do you think of the Spider-Man trilogy?
I was a big Spider-Man fan growing up. My 3 favorite superheroes growing up were Spider-Man, Batman, and Wolverine. When I was really young, I loved Spider-Man, and then I kind of grew more into Batman when I got a little bit older. And I've just always kind of loved Wolverine because he doesn't age really. And I don't want to age. So, but anyway, and Wolverine's a total badass. But the Spider-Man trilogy, 1, pretty good. 2, pretty good. 3, 3 was absolutely abysmal. Like, if I were Sam Raimi, I think Sam Raimi actually attempted to make the worst movie he possibly could for Spider-Man 3. Like, the trailer looked pretty good, but the movie was so bad. Actually, Spider-Man 3 is I have, first of all, seen 20,000 movies. You hear me speculate on the number. It probably keeps getting higher and higher. Probably 20,000 movies I've seen. I've been to thousands of movies in the theaters. I have only walked out of 3 films in my entire life. Have I left the movie theater during them? And Spider-Man 3 is one of the 3. It was such ass. When Tobey Maguire does his whatever, he's like, when he does his dance sequence through the streets, I was out. Like I walked away. I never saw the rest of that movie. So that is one of 3 films I've never that I walked out of and that I've never revisited. So the first 2 Spider-Man movies, pretty good. The first one I really liked. The second one I thought was okay too. And then the third one was freaking terrible. These ones with these newest ones with Tom Holland, I think they're pretty decent. I actually, while the Andrew Garfield is like a lost guy, he's like no one really thinks of him or talks about him much. I think his first one, The Amazing Spider-Man, actually is really underrated. And I think Andrew Garfield was actually a pretty good Spider-Man.
I like Andrew Garfield a lot, just as an actor. My opinion, I thought part 1 was okay. I really liked part 2, and then part 3 sucked. I did not walk out of it. I have walked out of a lot of movies. I walked out of Avengers 2, Age of Ultron. I called it Age of Ultron. That movie was boring as hell. I walked out of it. I was like, this sucks. So, yeah. Anyways, did you have anything else? I don't have a lot to say about.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the movie, just real quick. I'm a big Indiana Jones fan. I love the original 3. They're some of my
either.
Raiders of the Lost Ark is if you put a gun up to my head and said like I can't name my favorite movie, I won't say because I can't. I've seen too many. I like too many. But if you put a gun up to my head and said, listen, Jay, I'm pulling the trigger unless you give me one name of one movie, it would be Raiders of the Lost Ark, the first Indiana Jones film. So I love Indiana Jones. I love the trilogy. I love the first one. And I love all 3 of the originals. I waited my whole life for the 4th one, which was Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. My whole life. It came out the same summer as The Dark Knight, Gary, 2008. I was way more excited for the Indiana Jones film than The Dark Knight because I've waited my whole life for this movie. I made it 40 minutes into the film. I walked out of the theater, threw up in the parking lot, and cried in my car.
You threw up?
I threw up in the parking lot.
How'd you throw up?
Because I was so sickened by the film.
You were that affected? You physically, literally threw up?
I was that sickened and disgusted with that film.
And you cried?
What's that?
You cried?
I cried.
Yes.
I threw up and cried because of how bad that movie was, Gary. And literally, that movie, that was 2008. It is 2025. I have never seen it again. I've only seen the first 30 minutes. That's it. I never saw the 5th one then. I'm not even doing it. I refuse.
Right.
I'll never
I
see the
think
5th
that's
one.
even worse or just as bad. Here's another thing. I'm going to get beat up for this. I've never seen an Indiana Jones movie either. I already know who wins. If I know who's going to win, I'm not typically interested unless there's some intriguing side plot.
Gary, you have to at least see the first one. The Raiders of the Lost Ark is literally it's a flawless. There's so few absolutely perfect films. It is an absolute flawless film. And I told you to watch Logan. You need to watch Logan with you and your, I know who wins. Like, Wolverine who can't die, who's invincible.
No, like, I've heard something.
He dies in that movie, Gary.
Well, thanks. Now I want to watch it. Thanks for spoiling it. I had heard that I thought he did. And I've also, I don't want to go into spoilers, but Avengers, the last one, I didn't watch that either because I heard but here's another thing. No one wants to watch the hero die. So I know he's going to win. And if he doesn't win, if he does die, I don't want to see that either. So
but you just said you like The Dark Knight so much, and you didn't know, or The Dark Knight Rises.
I had to find out because
if Batman was going to live or die.
So I was willing to take the risk, and if Bruce Wayne had died, which that's still up for debate, by the way, because some people think Alfred was like just dreaming or imagining that, which I don't think so. But I'm saying, had he blatantly died, I may have went to the parking lot and cried because it's the whole thing is that whole trilogy is emotional for me because of what happened with Heath Ledger, and just as an actor, I mean, obviously I never made it in the industry like he did, but I know when you act, you're so passionate. He never even got to watch it. He never got to watch himself back. That actually is heavy to me.
A lot of those, but he became, it's crazy that he was like 27 when that movie came out, or when it would have come out. So
he died.
So he was probably like 26 when they filmed it or whatever. So it's crazy that in such a short time, like he was like a rom-com, like teen heartthrob, but then he immediately became like a really good actor, like early on.
Right.
And he was a method actor. Like what he did in that to be the Joker, like he was the Joker. Like he lived as the Joker for like months before the film they started filming, and he didn't break character during filming. Oftentimes those guys who are that crazy and intense, like they don't even want to watch their roles back. Like Daniel Day-Lewis is like, I don't even think he probably watches his movies.
Wow, I didn't know that.
But no, I hear what you're saying though. I'm interested to hear your take on this one, Gary. You probably would be better adept at answering this one than me. From Burka, one of my Serbian brethren, is asking if I like any foreign films, asking us if we like any foreign films, I should say. I am not actually that versed in foreign language films, quite frankly. I just recently got into some foreign language shows on Netflix, and I love them. So maybe I need to start going back and looking, because Gary, I'm going to be honest with you, and Burka with you. I am annoyed. I don't like reading subtitles, but here's the problem. I'm annoyed with dubbing because I don't get the appropriate like actor, like they're emoting and they're acting if I'm dubbing it. So I need to do the subtitles, which means I'm reading and I feel like I'm missing some action. So I typically will poo-poo foreign language films. But like I said, there's a series on Netflix that I watched recently. It's a 3-season series. It's all in German, and it's called Dark. And I was absolutely blown away with this 3-season run of Dark. And I watched the first 3 episodes dubbed, and I was like, no, this sucks. They're not, the voice actors that are dubbing it aren't meeting the emotions of the scenes. So I went back and I turned the dubbing off and read it, and it was much better. And by like 3 or 4 episodes in, I didn't even notice I was reading. So like, it didn't really affect me anymore. So I think I just needed to get over that initial concern with that. And now after watching that series Dark, I'm ready to go back and start looking at some foreign language films. So Burka, give them to me. What should I be looking for? Gary, what say you? Do you have any foreign language films?
Is Cinderblock watching, or is Cinderblock asleep?
She's asleep by now.
Okay. Well, I've got one that I know. I've got several. I've got a slew. I love European horror and Spanish horror. There are not many U.S. horror movies that come out that are very good. But I can tell you, when the U.S. gets it right, they get it right. Like that Ring remake they made in 2002, that was phenomenal. So I love it when the U.S. gets it right. But they play it too safe. I like movies where I don't know what's around the corner. I don't know what's going to happen next. Those are the movies that intrigue me. There's nothing I love more than good misdirection and a good twist. And let me tell you, shout out to everyone in the chat. If you like any type of thriller, I'm going to tell you a movie, but do not watch the trailer, because the trailer gives the twist away. This is the greatest twist I have ever seen in a movie. It's a Spanish movie from 2012. It's called The Hidden Face. The Hidden Face. Go rent it off Amazon or iTunes or wherever. The Hidden Face. 2012 Spanish. It's a soft horror, but I don't want to say too much. The opening scene, this man looks at this video from his girlfriend saying, "I'm leaving you. Don't come look for me." And he is shell-shocked. Like, why is she leaving me? And he's devastated. That's the first scene. Boom. What happens throughout the movie? I literally, like you said that you puked in the parking lot. I literally gasped for air when the twist was revealed. I was tired that day. I was actually laying down watching it. I started to doze off. And as soon as the twist was revealed, a jolt of electricity ran through me. I gasped for air. The scariest, gotta be one of the most cinematic, scariest moments. And it's not one of these corny, scary things. All I'm saying is watch it for yourself. And there's one other Spanish movie that also has an amazing twist. My second favorite twist. And it is called The Invisible Guest. And it's basically about a man who is having an affair on his wife and gets in a car accident. And then, like, obviously he's trying to cover the affair up. And what happens is, I believe he hit somebody, and I think he killed them. So basically the movie starts out like he's on the run, and he's calling his network of friends, and they send an attorney over to go over his case to represent him. That's the beginning of the movie. He's meeting with his attorney, and the attorney is asking him for all the details as to what transpired. And then when you see the twist at the end, that is why I love movies. That is why when you watch the movies, these foreign movies that I like, you'll see there's so much different than like Star Wars and Indiana Jones type movies. You'll kind of understand my taste and why I like the certain movies that I like. Other European horror movies, High Tension, Martyrs, Inside, Eden Lake. Those are a few just great horror thrillers that I've watched. And actually on my original channel, I've got a list of my top 25 movies from the 2010s decade. So if anybody wants to look that up, but it got like 300 views, Jay. And you know what it said in the comments? There were a slew of comments. This is the greatest movie list I've ever seen. The greatest list of movies that no one ever watched, because on my channel, the algorithm doesn't pump movie content. So YouTube really pigeonholes you so you can make good videos and just not get anybody to actually watch. Anyways, I could talk about this all day. Let me turn this back over to you, Jay. I apologize, everyone. I did not mean to take over, but you get me talking about movies, and this is what you get.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of sense the same thing from me. I love movies. Sports and movies are like the only two interests I have basically in the world, other than my best friend, Luna the dog, who is, again, trying to get me to take her out to the bathroom here as we near 3:30 a.m. here. But we have one more super chat, and it is from Dylan, who started the night off. Model body fit with the first and now the last super chat. And I don't know that I agree with this one at all, Gary, but go ahead and read it.
Ghost with Demi Moore has got a top 5 in history.
This is gotta be tongue in cheek, right? You're just messing with us, right, bro? Like this is not. Is this a real comment? Go Demi Moore and Patrick Swayze and Whoopi Goldberg too, right? Isn't that movie?
Yeah.
The movie Ghost, right? Where they're like making pottery and shit. Like that's the movie you're talking about. Top 5 movie in history. I don't know. I'm going to have to disagree on that one. When I think Patrick Swayze, see, this is the thing. Patrick Swayze is most known for Ghost and Dirty Dancing, but he was actually like an action star. I think of Patrick Swayze as an action star. My favorite Patrick Swayze movie by far is Roadhouse. They remade it recently. I think it was Amazon Prime original. Jake Gyllenhaal recently rebooted the film Roadhouse, and actually he signed on for at least one more, I think. It was okay. It was pretty good. I liked it. They had a UFC fighter with Conor McGregor was was the main villain in that movie. It was pretty good. It was entertaining. I've seen it like 2 or 3 times. But the original with Patrick Swayze, that's my favorite Patrick Swayze movie, hands down. Probably 1988-ish. If you haven't seen the original Roadhouse with Patrick Swayze, go give it a look. You won't think of Patrick Swayze as the guy from Ghost or Dirty Dancing anymore. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah. Quick confession. I actually recently, a couple years ago, watched Ghost for the first time. It had been one of those movies that I never wanted to see. Yeah. Actually, Die Hard was another one that I recently saw for the first time because if I know how it ends before I watch it, I'm not really drawn to it. And Roadhouse is actually another one.
Gary, get out of here with the if you know how it ends. Like, okay, Titanic. Like, I know the ship sinks in Titanic. Like, it still wins 12 Oscars and like Best Picture or whatever. Like, there's still movies worth watching, even if you know how it's gonna end.
Yeah, but it's got to be something else to grab me. If I know that's what I'm getting at. If I know how it's going to end, but there's something else to grab me, then like Predator. Here's a key indication. I knew Arnold Schwarzenegger was going to win in Predator, but I didn't know how he was going to win. It's serious, dude. I'm a screenwriter. That makes the difference in how. I mean, it's the how.
Well, I knew that Batman was going to win again, beat Superman in a fight in the Batman vs Superman Dawn of Justice film because I read the books and I know that in the Dark Knight Returns. So I know that an average regular human being, well, there's nothing average or regular about Bruce Wayne, but I knew that a normal human being was going to kick the shit out of a god. I knew it was going to happen. But I didn't know how it was going to happen. So I guess that's
why you watched the movie. I went to the theater and saw that movie.
I did like that movie. But see, that third act was too much CGI. I don't mind CGI, but that one, that doom, that creature at the end was too much. It was They should have just ended the movie with the fight between Bruce and Kal-El, and that should have been that. But thank you, Dylan, for that last one. And thank you for kicking it off with us. That was our 69th super chat. We still unbelievably have 190 people on here at the 4.5 hour mark at 3:30 in the morning for me and Gary. Unbelievable that to have you guys still like 200 people almost in here. Pretty shocking to me, the level of support and interest and just really generosity from you guys that you've shown throughout this entire run on these playoffs and in the Skap Live After Dark Lounge. It has been an absolute pleasure being on here. Of course, the Thunder win the NBA championship just like I had it drawn up in August. They win tonight, but more so than that, yes, it's just been a great fun, great time for me being here. Gary, thank you so much. For everything that you've done throughout this entire playoff run as well. Gary, do you have any last words for the people that remain in the lounge right now?
Well, I think I just said a lot. You can talk about movies. Maybe one day we'll do a movie live stream and just talk movies and debate movies. That I'll educate you, Skap. That's what I'm here for.
Well, movies are a great thing. They're really in the eye of the beholder. There's really no right or wrong. It's really just your interests or whatever, what your tastes and so forth in life.
And everyone, remember that movie I just told you. Look it up. Go watch it. The Hidden Face, but do not look at the trailer because they reveal the twist in the trailer and gives it away, which makes no sense. And I was thinking if Cinderblock heard me say that, I was going to tell her because that would be a movie right up her alley.
Yeah, so I can maybe give her the suggestions. But guys, that is it for me. I am burnt tonight. It is 4.5 hours and I can't believe it. I think this is our longest live chat, which makes sense. It's the last live stream of the playoffs. So why not have the last one be the longest one? As I said before, as I've been teasing throughout, I will be on again for the draft in 2 days, 3 days, Wednesday night, Wednesday, June 25th. We'll be back on. Go ahead, Gary.
We got 2 more super chats. We'll get to them real quick. And actually, shout out. Go to the last one first because it's a movie one. Shay. Okay. I was actually going to say that when you're talking about Patrick Swayze action movies. Oh, Dirty Dancing. Never seen it, by the way. Okay. Point Break was really good. Young Keanu Reeves and Patrick Swayze was actually the villain.
Bodie.
Right. But he wasn't he was a villain with a heart, with a good heart. He was likable. So Point Break, shout out to Patrick Swayze, Keanu Reeves for that. Check that out. So he says Swayze, Red Dawn, Point Break, City of Joy.
Yeah, Point Break is again one of my all-time favorites, specifically for like Swayze. And yes, young Keanu Reeves, aka Agent Utah, who is an undercover FBI agent, and he infiltrates a group of surfers who are bank robbers, the Dead Presidents, led by Bodie, who is played by Patrick Swayze. Quite frankly, if it is literally Fast and Furious. The first Fast and Furious film that they made in like 2001 is a straight ripoff of Point Break. Like the only difference is that it's a bunch of like streetcar racers instead of surfers, is who like Paul Walker as like the FBI undercover agent infiltrates this band of like street racers who are also robbing trucks and stuff. Like it is the exact same movie. And like Paul Walker kind of falls in love in a way with that lifestyle and with those people and with Toretto, just like Keanu Reeves, Johnny Utah identifies with Bodie in the film Point Break and kind of sees his way and lets him go too at the end, just like Paul Walker lets Vin Diesel go at the end of it's the same exact thing, right down to the brah. They say brah throughout the entire film, same movies. But yes, one of my all-time favorites. Go ahead, Gary.
Another shocking confession. Never watched a Fast and Furious movie either.
Yeah, I've seen them all. They're shameless. They're shameless little joys of mine. They're so bad. They're so bad. They're great. They're so horrible. They're hilarious. I love those films. The first one's the only one that tries to take itself seriously. Then the rest of it, the entire like 9 of them is just like a kind of like a caricature of themselves. So
is part 1 actually good? Do you think I should check out part 1? I like Paul Walker. He's not a great actor.
Yeah, I'd say part 1's definitely watched. But like I said, it's just like if you like Point Break, you'd like Fast
Paul
and Furious.
Walker is like what you said. He's not a good actor, but he's a movie star.
Right.
That's what Paul Walker is. And I actually like the guy. He's just charismatic and interesting, even though not a great actor. Yeah, but thanks, Shay, for that reminder. I'm really glad you brought that up.
And I guess last, but certainly not least, our 71st super chat, Mel Raynon, trying to bring us back out of the movies, back into some kind of NBA discourse. Go ahead, Gary, with Mel.
Is Jokic in your top 10 floppers of all time?
Well, he's nearly in my top 10 greatest players of all time. I don't think Jokic is a flopper, no. So he's nowhere near my top 10 floppers of all time. Jokic gets the shit beat out of him most games. He's 7 feet tall, like 260-ish, 270. He's probably the strongest player in the NBA. He's consistently getting beat to shit. He has like red gouges and cuts all over his arm for like the entire season because he just gets beat up because he's so much stronger than everybody else. They can't defend him adequately legally. So they just foul the shit out of him all season long. I mean, if he was officiated the way SGA is officiated, he would average 25 free throw attempts a game. So no, Jokic would not be in my flopping all-time list, Mel. Nice try. You're not gonna get one up on me, even though I'm delirious and we're near 5 hours on this live stream now. It's not gonna happen. So speaking of the fact we're nearly now 5 hours into this thing, Gary, I think it's best if we don't do like a grandiose sign off here. We just have to get out. So I just want to say thank you to everybody still on the chat. Thank you for everything through this playoff run. Gary, thank you for everything throughout this playoff run. And we will see, Gary, I will see you again in 2 days or whatever, 3 days on the whatever we're going to talk about for the draft. So guys, you should all come out and join us as well in 2 or 3 days, whatever it is. It's kind of Monday morning now. So in like 2.5 days, come on out and see us talk about the draft and obviously movies and any other thing that might possibly come up in these live chats or super chats. Guys, it's been a pleasure. I'll just show the banana shirt one more time. Send off to you here with my banana, and we will see you on Wednesday night. Until then, guys, please make sure you do click that subscribe button. Turn the notifications on, damn it. Stay up to date. And please go subscribe to Gary 828 Sports Channel as well, and stay up to date with more from me, guys. Until next time.